môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardvérom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardvérom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Ja som stage manager v tejto miestnosti dneska do poludnia. Ak vám môžem nejako pomôcť, tak pozdravujem si Miša.
Sú to nejaké papiere, ktoré nám hovoria o tom, že čo máme robiť?
Ja sa len uistujem, že chlapi vedia, čo majú.
Hej.
Myslím, že za nás je všetko set.
Dobre, keby ste niečo potrebovali, tak...
Dobre, ja neznačím, čo mám robiť.
My
Budeme tu celý čas.
A tam je bufer?
Ale ja sa iba pískem odvede. Máme študentské tu.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A keď sme sa už naučili, poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkou z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učimeshardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Otázky sú moderované, takže všetko, čo príde ako v tej ľavej časti toho prostredia, tam musíte
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardvérom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Ale hej, mal by tu byť takých 10-15 minút pred začiatkom, čo je už aj čas.
Checklisty nájdem na drive, ktoré mám určite prístup.
Dobre, potrebujete niečo dobré?
Checklist.
Máš to prístupný? Mal by som vzdialený sa mnou. Keď už nič iné. Posielali to, ale akože iba ten spoločný, nie je samostatný checklist, iba taký ten hromadný spoločný, čo prišiel pri maili. Alebo máš, keď dáš cez ktorý e-mail si svoj súkromný, či cez svoj trošku?
Nie, dobre. Rozpis dobrovoľníkov, dobrovoľníci, nie.
Nie, a ten mail, v ktorom ti to prišlo. Tak tam by mal byť. On za všetko pohoda? Všetko pohoda tu, hej? Tento rozdiel hladko to ide.
Našiel som na... Lepšíš sa, Mari. Pozrela, Veronika.
No, ten prvý mail to.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. Ako sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkou z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učíme s hardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Začneš ho ty predstavovať, pozri si na web stránke jeho bio, podľa programu, predstav ho, dohodni sa s ním, neviem, kto to robí speaker, nepamätám si už to bol. Dobre, no, takže tak, máme zapojený, pripojený, predstavíš ho, dáš mu stage, nech rozpráva, to už si potom vlastne
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardverom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Poďme sa o tomto rozprávať. aspoň do auta. Povedz im, nech ti donesú mobil do šatne. Ja môžem to do tej miestnosti vonku poprosiť. Polka stola je ceknutá. Keď ti povie, že jedno slovo, tak netuší, že povie.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A keď sme sa už naučili, poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkou z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učimecehardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
A keď si nastavíš mi len?
Ale práve nechcem mieru.
Ale chceš mať aj aby si to videl. Aha, to je tvoje. Uvádzať potom. Raz, dva, raz, dva. To je po anglicky. Dobre. vyzerá dobré? Možno?
Začneme nahrávať?
Dobre. OK. Hello and welcome. So many new faces here. I would like to introduce you Veronika Kabatová, who will give you talk about how to not try to be perfect and not to overdo everything and never start or never finish stuff. So now we are going to start with this track. I hope you enjoy. We have some rules. Don't put glasses with or these cups with water on the desk. In case they are empty, it's fine. You can try whether they are empty. In case you can put them around your head above and it doesn't flow over. Yeah. Otherwise, enjoy. I hope you will feel welcome here. And in case you have any questions, try to use Slido. I think we will show eventually the QR code after the talk. Or just maybe we can, we can do that after the talk. So, hello and welcome and go on. Please give a warm welcome to Veronika.
Thank you, everyone. I see some old faces here, which is really nice because I know these people and I know they would definitely have some comments that are very useful for this talk. But before we start, how many of you are beginners or consider yourself juniors, are just learning IT, starting out? Yep. Jo, jasné. All right. Perfect. All right, that was about half a room. And how many of you are seniors who are mentoring juniors or have junior team members or are teaching or mentoring or coaching in PyLadies, stuff like that? That's quite a lot of people. So together we have almost the same room. So I do hope that everybody will get something out of this talk, whether it will be something that helps you personally or something that would be useful in those mentoring activities. Just a reminder what the juniors are usually going through. So this talk is not supposed to be a bootcamp for starting out in IT. There's just so many areas of IT, different branches, so much knowledge, and I'll talk a lot about the knowledge later on as well. If we wanted to encompass everything a beginner is supposed to learn in all kinds of courses, we would be here forever. What this talk instead is supposed to be is just a reminder of things that mostly juniors go through, don't realize it, it slows their growth, and maybe even the seniors need that reminder. Most of these things are stuff that I went through the hard way, and I learned those things the hard way, and I don't think that anybody else should go through that when people already walked that path. I will try to avoid a lot of implementation details in this talk, because if you ask 3 different programmers what the best way of doing something is, you will get 5 contradicting answers. And of course, if somebody wants to grab pitchforks, feel free to do that after the talk. I do want to have this very interactive. As Johnny said in the introduction, any kinds of questions, especially in a talk for beginners, are very welcome. So I will go through the stuff hopefully a bit quicker and have a lot of space for Q&A, and we'll see where we get. And with that, we talked a bit about learning in this introduction. So let's get directly to the first point about learning. If you go into IT, you will never stop learning. If you think that there will come a point where you will just learn everything and be the expert on everything, it will never come. There will always be more. So don't try to build some kind of knowledge pyramid where you will one day be on the top. That pyramid is never ending. You might become an expert in one particular technology, but maybe even that technology will start to evolve. And maybe you will become bored with the technology and start learning a different branch of IT. You usually don't define experts as somebody who knows the documentation and Stack Overflow by heart. So it's totally fine to look things up, learn new things. It all comes with the IT. In one of my previous face-to-face meetings, somebody said, when we signed up for the tech industry, we signed up for change. And that's something that I think is very relevant. Things will be changing. New stuff will be developed. New versions of the languages will come out. They will not be backwards compatible completely. You will have to learn to deal with these things. You will always be learning. And the sooner you make peace with that, the better for you. And with that learning, oftentimes comes imposter syndrome. There's just so much things out there. You will feel like you don't know anything and you don't belong in there. You don't deserve your job because there are just people who know more. And it's a hard thing to struggle with, especially in an area like IT when there's just so many things. And imposter syndrome is something that seniors fight as well. When you are a beginner, you might think like, yeah, I'm just starting out, I learned those things, it's fine. But as a senior, it's even harder to fight it because you feel like you should know those things already. And that's not true. Whether you're a beginner or senior, as I said, you'll always be learning and looking things up, and that's fine. We are human. We forget things. Our knowledge might get so deep in one particular area that we'll forget the large picture of stuff. It happens. It's totally fine. How many of you have already struggled with imposter syndrome or just like feeling like you don't deserve the job you have? That's about, I don't know, third half of the room. And how many of those of you have managed to overcome it? Yeah, a couple of small hands. Yeah, if you have any tips, of course, you can share them at the end of the talk during the Q&A. But I'll also share some of those things that work, hopefully. A lot of the imposter syndrome is about gaining confidence and being confident in your abilities and skills. But that's oftentimes easier said than done. So, well, I mentioned some tips for that. And one of those is that when you make a mistake and somebody calls them out, it's nothing against you personally. If you have users or coworkers that find a bug in your code or somebody submits a bug report, they are doing this because they want the project to succeed. They want the project to be good. And that's hopefully your same goal. And you're all pulling for the same rope from the same side. And it's not an attack on you. And if this and the learning stuff doesn't help you to get through some of the imposter syndrome, just take a look at the history of the bug reports and the code. And you will see a lot of bugs submitted against seniors' code as well. Everybody is making mistakes all the time. As long as you work on correcting them, you're doing good. As long as you are learning from making those from what you did in those mistakes, and then you won't do them again in the future. You learn, you're doing good. And speaking of those bug reports and coworkers, they are done by people, most of the time, at least. For how many jokes there are about IT people living in their parents' basement and hiding and hacking, IT is way more social than these jokes will let you know. You will work with your managers, your team members, your QE or development counterparts, users, customers. Some basic skills of communication and just like being open to people and communicating with people will get you really far. Especially as you go further up in your career, you will likely have more important positions where you might be the person who's communicating between the teams and doing the interaction between either other teams or customers, or, I don't know, talking at conferences. Just like having some of these basic things, like knowing how to communicate, what to communicate, will really get you far with these things, because you will deal with people on almost daily basis. And while we are on the topic of people, slight side note, if you are a junior, try to take advantage of any kind of mentors. Especially if they are in the area that you are in, like some of your more senior team members. They were most likely in a similar situation as you are, and they will give you a lot of great advice about how to succeed, what to learn in order to succeed in that area, all of these things. And this is actually probably my last slide about mental health and people skills. And I think this is a very important thing to emphasize. There are millions of jokes about how many people in IT burn out and they buy a farm or a bakery. And unfortunately, it's kind of a sad joke, sad reality, especially because of that infinite area of IT fields that we have. People might feel like they still have to move forward and learn more and work more. And the burnout is unfortunately very common. And anytime we have a talk with beginners and what they are missing, it's this kind of stuff. Taking care of their mental health and avoiding burnout. Like you will feel like you still don't know everything and you need to push more, and it will be a never-ending cycle that is hard to avoid. So just take care of your mental health, and hopefully if you want to buy a farm or something, that's great, but please don't do it because you burned out. And with that, let's try to get into more technical area. Something that beginners often fight is premature optimizations. Most often when people talk about it, they mean that you should first solve the problem and then try to make the code nice or try to make it more efficient, stuff like that. Or they might mean that you shouldn't waste your time with problems that might not occur and focus on non-existent problems. And this also happens because of those things that I already mentioned a couple of times. You feel like you have to prove your skills, especially as a junior. So instead of implementing what you should implement, you try to make it hard, implement, 10 layers of abstraction on top of it, so you feel like you wrote smart code because you have to prove yourself. You shouldn't really overcomplicate the matters. And I know that a lot of these things are easier said than done, but it will come to you. And speaking about not wasting time by focusing on non-existent problems, we do have a kind of opposite problem as well, where you learn about new fancy tools, which are, again, developed all the time. And you will feel like, yes, this is such a cool tool. I want to use it everywhere. And you just go and think like, yeah, I should rewrite everything in this new framework. And you really don't have to do that. That's like the very simple way of putting it. With Python, I oftentimes see this with stuff like iter tools and collections. Those are really nice modules, but oftentimes when people learn about this, they're like, yes, I want to map all of my problems to these modules just so that I can use them. And sure, they are great, but first, you really should solve the problem and then see whether that module or that framework or that tool is the suitable thing that might make your life easier. And this is again, like you want to prove yourself because you went to a conference and learned about this cool thing. And you definitely should learn about new things. You will always keep learning, as I mentioned. And you should have some kind of general awareness about what's out there. And who knows, maybe one day what you learn on this kind of conference is exactly the right tool for that job that you have. But do try to avoid buzzword-driven development. And now I'm getting ready for the pitchworks. Because my next advice is don't take shortcuts and learn how to do the project development and project management the right way. Implement a proper fix instead of some half-assed solution. Add a comment when the code is not clear. Implement the tests. Document the use cases. Write useful commit messages so when your coworker tries to figure out what happened, they actually can understand and figure it out without doing some kind of weird code archaeology. And all of these things are like, yeah, I have a pet project and I don't care about those things. It's a tiny project and I don't need to do it. It's useless. I understand it. Yeah, but then will come time when it's a year later and you need to extend it and it grew and it becomes this kind of weird spaghetti monster that everybody's afraid to tackle and contribute to. And it's now the critical single point of failure of the whole company. And like, who's going to make a change to that? Like, you're afraid to touch that. And if you have these things, like the good testing, like good documentation, it will be less scary to make changes there. Anybody, even juniors, newbies, intern, can come, submit a change, it will go through the testing. If the testing is good, it will either catch the mistakes or it will be safe to push that change into the production and it will be fine. So it does make the whole project handling much easier in the long run. It does, of course, take some time to get used to this kind of thing and actually do it. And I did have a comment when I was presenting these things at our Python meetup a couple of weeks ago, and it was just like, yeah, just don't write shitty code. And that's like, yes and no. As I mentioned, everybody will make mistakes and sometimes implement bugs. But as long as you do what you can to prevent those situations, it's good. It will get fixed. And these things will make those things easier. And it doesn't have to waste your time every time you start a new project. For example, there are various tools that will do some kind of initial project structure setup for you. Or if you have, for example, a shared team library, what we did in one of my previous teams was that we created a setup function that initialized logging, initialized monitoring for Prometheus and Grafana, initialized Sentry. And you write this kind of code once, and then just import and call it every time. So it's, 30 seconds? That's not a lot of time to waste. And again, it will make it much easier to integrate these kinds of things that will notify you when things go wrong or help you figure out why bugs occurred. You'll truly appreciate having all of these things when your tiny pet project will grow into those nasty monsters. And similarly, I did mention writing smart code with like billions of layers of abstraction. It's very likely that you are the one who will have to dig into that code and write new features. And if you write a complicated design that's really nice for the current solution, but then blocks you from implementing new features, it's probably not that smart. If you have to rewrite the whole project because you have to implement a new feature to it, it's really not good. So don't try to prove yourself by trying to write the most complicated functions and most complicated structures just so you can prove to your teammates that you can do those things and understand them. It's, in the long run, much more useful to have code that's easier to read and easier to maintain. And we're getting into more Flameware area. It depends is an answer that you will have to really get used to. We talked about like what are the right tools for the right job, and maybe this buzzword will actually be the right tool for me for something. What the right tool for the right job is truly depends on a lot of stuff. You might have a very similar problem as somebody else did, but the solution they used would be totally unusable for you because you have different requirements. It might be that they only need to support Python 3.10 plus, and you still have to support Python 2.7. So you can't use that fancy new library that's Python 3 only. That's just one example, but there will never be a cookie cutter answer for all problems. What the right tools are will really depend on what kind of problem you have and all the kinds of requirements you might have. I mentioned the versions. It might be that you need to integrate with different teams in your company, different kinds of APIs that are very special and need to be handled in a very weird way. It will really depend. So you can't get used to just like having, oh, we solved this problem that way. It might be a good starting point to start thinking about, okay, would this work? If we change it, would that work? But don't be disappointed if it's not the completely right solution for you. And everybody's requirements are different, so the answers might differ as well. But luckily, there are some good reminders for all of these like basic programming things, and this is just a part of the screenshot of the import this beautiful Zen of Python thingy, because it didn't fit in a readable way. But this is something that, like I mentioned all the things, but they are easy to forget. Whether you're junior or senior, they're just like, yeah, this makes sense, it's obvious, but then you forget about it. So this is a reminder that I know you can print about your monitor or something, or just take a look at it when you feel confused about things. It has a lot of good advice, which like it was obviously written for Python, but it's something that's, in my opinion, very transferable to whatever language or framework you end up with. I would definitely call out stuff like the second from last sentence about the errors that should never be silenced. Again, we know all the jokes like, yeah, it compiles, it's just ignore the errors that are in here or all the warnings, just ignore that. Yeah, don't. Please don't. So other things that we have here in this slide are things that are already did mention, like the readability and simplicity of the code, but again, there's a lot more things. And the errors one is like especially very famous. Right. There's a lot of more stuff that we can talk about, and I'll be here for the rest of the conference if anybody has any questions outside of the talk. But hopefully with reminding yourself of these things, if you run into trouble, you will know where to start, what you can ignore, what are the things to focus on, and where to focus your energy to fix problems. Whether you are starting a new project or are thrown into a very monstery legacy thingy, hopefully you will know at least where to start, and it will help you out and keep your mind at peace. And with that, thank you for your attention.
Still your mic for a second, as we have only one. Maybe, yeah. We still have only one. So we have some question and answers on Slido. like to see them eventually. So in case you have some more questions, go on and go through that QR code or just through hashtag Pycon SK. We are in the yellow room, yeah, that's important, so that you don't ask questions in the second one. So let's start from the top. So regarding the imposter syndrome that we discussed before, yeah, we are hired for being smart and having broad perspective, not for quoting dogs by heart. Okay, just the in case you have any comment.
No, I totally agree with that comment.
Yeah, okay. So that was easy, also for me. So second one, yeah, as you mentioned that yeah, just don't go and do full-time gardening after leaving IT. Yeah, so getting a small vegetable garden or even a side project farm might be a great way to prevent burnout, especially if your job is your hobby and you have a tendency to work too much.
Yeah, totally agreed with that as well. This is really simple, yeah. As I mentioned, if you enjoy gardening, absolutely get the garden or get the bakery or whatever it is. Just don't do it because you burned out. Prevent that burnout, and this is a great note. But with that, I do want to mention, like, with that burnout and preventing it, like it's and like having coding as your hobby. Like there are people who can code at their job for full day and then come home and just do coding in their free time for their pet projects or open source. If you do this, you are absolutely amazing and you have an amazing brain, but this is not the standard and shouldn't be standard, and don't hold yourself up to that, like, I have to do this because somebody else is doing it. If you aren't somebody who's actually enjoying doing that, don't overcommit yourself to these things, because then you absolutely will burn out.
Thank you. Thanks. Just my side notice on this. My back hurts when I sit in front of the computer the whole day and then in the evening. So that also helps to think about your personal health, yeah, over the time. Okay, and now last question. So are there some positions in IT you think don't demand that much learning all the time? When you say, yeah, you learn, isn't just good enough to learn COBOL and just go on with that the whole life, yeah?
You can try, but who knows, maybe one day the banks that are using COBOL will try to migrate to something new and you will be out of that area anyways. There are definitely some areas where things are just like, well, wouldn't say you can avoid learning, but you can keep things on kind of same level. If you are, for example, a QE person for an established product that is not getting much new features, you might be able to just like keep things at like Python level and that specific library and API, and not many things would change. So it's definitely possible, but it depends really, like, not only from position to position, but from company to company. Like, you might have that kind of QE job that I described, but it will be suddenly be decided by somebody in upper management that there will be new features coming in, and you will have to learn how to work with those. So it's really very specific.
Thank you. Yes? Yeah, okay, so COBOL has still new versions and also have to migrate to the new mainframes, yeah, and that takes time, yeah. Are they? Yeah, okay, so they are backwards compatible. Okay, so do you have any tips for preventing burnouts and well-being stuff?
Well, I already mentioned that don't try to overcommit yourself to extra projects after work. Keep thinking about work in those work hours and keep learning in those work hours and not outside. And this one is really hard to do and easy to say. Try to not think about work outside of work. Just like relax, whether it's by doing physical activities, watching TV, going out with friends. Try to not think about work. you will definitely have moments when suddenly during that kind of time, you will get the idea how to solve that complicated problem that was troubling you for weeks. So sometimes even getting that bit of relaxation will actually help you move forward and unblock you. But yeah, definitely just like keep work at work areas and yeah, unfortunately it is easier to say than to do for a lot of people.
Thank you. Yeah, questions can come in. So crouching to potatoes doesn't help with back pain. Really? Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah, that's true. I tend to do, I don't know, some other stuff like when you paint walls or something. Okay, that's okay. Any questions from the audience that don't like to use their phones? Maybe. So just I can pass the mic to. Yeah, or any other, in case you have some advice to how to prevent burnout, you have some good ideas how to solve this issue. Yeah, okay, still ongoing topic. Next year we'll have the same talk. Thank you very much.
Na mikrobytoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobytmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobytmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobytmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy o učíme hardverom. Videa si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Raz. Vieš si to aj vypočuť? Prosím ťa. Jeden. Môžeme skúsiť? Tak niečo rozprávam. Raz, dva, raz. Raz, dva, raz. Dobre.
Tento nejde. A tento ide, ale je veľmi slabý. To treba ešte nastaviť asi. Hej? Dobre, aha. Z tohto to bolo výrazne silnejšie, ale nejde, ale išiel predtým. To je
je v pohodě. Ten talk je o něčem, co se rozbilo před
To je super, to je dobré.
Víš, jako jak hostovat notebooky na binderu a bindery na
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A to sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si
Dám si
atmosféru
to nahoru a
zvučkou v
slyšíš mě z
reproduktora.
toho? Jo, dobré, tak jo, budu tomu blízko.
Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové
dobře,
ovládanie
tak jo.
a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Jo,
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učíme s hardwarom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Ale koukni, ono to pak vypadá že tam nemáš žádné buňky, že si tady nastavíš něco interaktivně a ono to něco udělá. Jo, čili já moc nevím, jak to nazvat.
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme hardwarom, kde si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardwarom, alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
F12, keď stlačím, či nám tam niečo nespadlo. Pozrieť, či padlo niečo takéto. Vieme to možno obnoviť, tú stránku, alebo čo? To by možno pomohlo. Stopni to tu možno. A skús znova.
Já se takhle vrátím, ať vidím, jak se to...
Nech ho nejako rozbehne.
Buildrox. To je takové, že někdy to jde a někdy ne.
Dobre, no.
Jo, a je to teda z Jupyter notebooku, jak uděláš.
Hej, dobre, toto si schovaj, ak to nebude vadiť, hej. Ako chceš?
No, ne, to...
Super, časomieru máme.
A je to 30 minút s otázkama, že jo?
Ako chceš. Takto. Otázky ešte potom je tam vždy nejaký čas. Ale podľa toho, ako ti to pôjde, tak vieme buď natiahnuť, alebo si skrátiť otázky. 30 minút tam bolo, myslím, že 30 minút bol to, 10 minút otázky a to bolo ten medzičas. A napríklad, teraz sme ten medzičas už spotrebovali, už začíname ten čas, takže úplne...
Táto mala 4 balky, to je pohode.
1, 2, raz, 2.
Dobre.
Ďakujú.
Yes, dobre. Ty budeš...
Čiže?
Ale toto už sa chytalo, už to funguje. A nie je tam nejaký boost?
Vieš čo, je boost, ale budeme mať Toto nepočuješ, v streame to je na
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky
áno, tento už ide, dobre.
Vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A to sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, Zobrazi sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A,
Dobre,
spríjemním si
super.
atmosféru zvyčkou
OK, takže by sme mohli začať, nie? Dobre.
Ja som si
ja si s
naprogramoval
ním mávnem.
autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený
Ale ešte
poklad.
máme, dobre. Miško v pohode? Tak im to tam
Ja som
zavri.
naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Alebo je to po anglicky. OK, so...
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učíme s hardverom.sk
Musím sa ešte dohodnúť.
alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Super, už ti na obrazovke? No, dostaneš. Môžeme. Takže, vítam vás na druhej. Sorry, this talk will be in English. So, welcome to the second talk of this day. In this yellow room, the talk will be from Vojta Filipec. The name of the talk I cannot pronounce. So, hypotrochoid curves as a web app. So basically, Vojta came out with something like, he will explain better, but it will be a no-code or low-code example of something that was previously done in Jupyter Notebooks. So he is able to move one step forward to a no-code example of some physics exercise. So give a warm welcome to Vojta, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the introductions and nice to see so many people coming. Yeah, my name is Vojta Filipec and I will show what hypotrochoid curves are and how you can program them in Jupyter Notebook. The talk has two parts. First, I will speak about spirograph. What spirograph is, it's using the slang nowadays, it's a smart toy, but I had this toy as a child. Those days it wasn't called smart toy, it was simply a toy. And then I used to play with it a lot, and I lost it as I was growing old. And now as an adult, I can have spirograph as a web application. And you will see it's a web application which any of you will be able to code after this talk. A bit about me, I'm a nuclear physicist by training, and I've been in the field of data science since ages, long before it was called data science. If you want to contact me after the talk, just come to say hi or shoot me a message through LinkedIn. And if you're interested in these slides, they are at my GitHub. So it's github.com/Wojciech-Filipec. You will find those slides there and also the code I'm going to show. So what is a spirograph? That's the first part. It's basically a toy which consists of two main parts. So the first main part is one or more of these large wheels which are supposed to be pinned to the paper, right? You select the wheel, pin it to the paper, and then you see it's a cogs. It has cogs, because the second important part is a set of these small wheels, and you select one, place it inside of the large one, and then if you look carefully, it's quite visible here, each of those small wheels it's torn. There are holes in those small wheels. They form a spiral, but that's not really important. The spiral just shows you that they are in different distance from the center of the small wheel. So some of them are at the edge. Some are more towards the center. And if you put the small wheel into the large wheel and place a pencil into one of those holes, you simply start rolling. And Wikipedia has a nice animation of this. You see there is a red pencil in one of those holes in a small wheel, and as you're rolling, you're creating this pentagonal curve. And whenever you create a curve by rolling one wheel in another wheel, that's called hypotrochoid. And this pentagon is one of possible hypotrochoids. They can also look like this, or if you use different small wheel, it can be this shape. This is pentagon in another form. This looks, I like this one since it looks like two intertwined curves, but it's really one smooth curve. This looks like some oriental motif, or this is what my children call Daisy. Yeah, so that's it. It's surprisingly simple, large wheel and small wheel, and there is a math behind this. These two equations are from Wikipedia, and they basically tell you the shape of the wheel, or shape of the curve, or how it looks like. It's defined by 3 parameters. What matters is the size of the large wheel, expressed as a radius, then size of the small wheel, that's this small case r, and then d is the distance between the tip of your pencil and the center of the small wheel. And with these 3 parameters and these 2 equations, you basically can say, as you're rolling, you're changing this theta angle, what are the coordinates of like horizontal and vertical, x and y, at any angle given those 3 parameters, capital R, small case r, and d. Right, so that's the first part. I promised to speak about hypotrochoid curves. You know what they are, it's this family. I was speaking about sinus and cosinus. Yeah, these 2 equations, it's simply linear combination of cosinus for x and sinus for y. And I was speaking about beauty. I hope you are excited as me. I really find these curves beautiful. Also, as a mathematician, I am enlightened or surprised how simple these 2 expressions are. And then the title was speaking about the web app, so we're coming to the second part, how to program this as a web app, since it could be that some of you have this toy at home. That's not my case, unfortunately, but I'm really sure anyone can code this as a web app. And it's as it was introduced, it's a web app which comes actually from a Jupyter notebook. So I would like to make a poll here. Who of you have worked with a Jupyter notebook? Please, hands up. Oh, fine. And how many of you can write a web application that is shareable with the world and you can deal with the hosting? Quite few people, definitely not me. So I'm sure that after this talk, you will know how to take your Jupyter notebook, how to remake it into interactive, no-code web application, and how to do the hosting. So I have a demo prepared. It's this thing, right? So this is the final product we will be talking about. It's a web application which tells you what hypotrochoid curves are. Sorry, the text is small. I will make it larger. Works? Fine. There is a link to Wikipedia to this animated GIF, which I really like. And then the interactivity is here. You know that our curve is defined by, or these hypotrochoid curves are defined by 3 parameters. This is a capital R, small case r, and d, the distance between the pencil and the center. And I have added the color of your curve. And whatever you select here, you can push this plot the curve, and it truly plots the curve. I will try to change the large radius and also say the small radius, plot the curve, and you get another curve. And I'm really excited that this works in an environment where, you know, this is not a Jupyter notebook. It's a web app for people who never worked with Python. You don't ask them to work with the cells and the run cell by cell. I want to show you what's behind this. That's the other live demo. It's this notebook where there are cells here, which you all know. This is a cell with commands. There are imports here. This is cell with markdown. Oh, I can actually run it all. Somewhere below, right, here is the cell with the interactive elements which we saw in the app. And this, you know, this is a classical notebook. I believe this is what you know, right? When you think about Jupyter notebook, it's working as in the app. Oh, this is a special case when the small circle and the large circle have the same radius. So if I show it by hand, if it's the same, it can't really roll. So this is a special case of hypertrophic curve, which is a single point. There are more special cases which are described somewhere here below, but I will go with 5 and 4. Right, that plots this thing. So that's it. Having this notebook, which has these sinus and cosinus functions, imports and drawing, you can get this web application easily. And 3 things I want to highlight at the application. I have noticed it, but really this is the strong thing. First, it's interactive, right? The users can use these radio buttons to change the radius on the distance and push the button plot the curve, and it plots the curve. Second, it's truly a web app with no code. You don't show the imports or any when you want, you can show any cell with the markdown, but you typically don't want to show the code. So you can send it to your children or to your grandma and tell her you can play with this. And the third thing, this is worldwide accessible. I'm hosting it somewhere on, we'll speak about it, it's called Binder Service. So you can really send it, it's not only one-man show on your computer, but you can send it to people worldwide. And I'm using these curves as an example, and it's probably no practical use. I was showing this at one interview, and the lady was telling me, okay, but what's your business here? How will you earn money on this? I said, no, this is just for fun. Yeah, true story. But what I want to emphasize here, you can have this really for some either profitable thing, or you can share this with your friends to make a poll, right? To vote for when will you meet before the Christmas. Or you can have a text box and ask your family members on your cell phone, please submit your expenditures so that we know how we are doing. Simply all you need to prepare is that Jupyter notebook, and I will show how to remake it into the app. So these 3 things, interactivity, no code, and hosting are the topics of the second part of the presentation. So for the interactivity, you saw that notebook that these are cells, type of cells you probably know. This is a commented code. These are imports. Then I have a markdown cell. And this one was a bit special. This was a cell which produced these radio buttons. These interactive elements are called Jupyter widgets. And this is the first learning. Your notebook must include these interactive widgets if you want to make it an interactive app. Is this new for people here? Please tell me. Who of you are hearing about Jupyter widgets for the first time now? Fine, fine. So you are in the right room, and I have the right audience. Yeah, I guess typically, if you wanted the user to define a capital R, what I would do before learning this is include a cell, which would say in a comment, specify capital R here, and the cell would read R equals, and the user would need to plug a value in. Well, these widgets, once you import them, you basically get a family of, well, widgets. It's buttons, radio buttons, sliders, progress bars, drop-down menus, whatever you come up with when you think about interactivity. Let me show you how it works. It's really simple. So from these widgets, can you read it, this code, please? Yeah. I'm instantiating a class button. I say I want this button to hold a description which says plot the curve, and I'm saving it in an object called button. And later on, when I call this button in another cell, it generates this button with the description, plot the curve. This is another beast of widgets, radio buttons. So I will say I want a set of radio buttons which have these options like values. I have prepared the list of R's that were values 5 through 13. It will be described as a R. It's enabled, and the default value is 5. I'm saving it into an object called cell R, like select the capital R. And then later on in cell 27, I'm calling cell R, and look what it generates. It's a set of radio buttons with values 5 through 14. That's what was in the list. The description is R, and the default value is 5. It's really that simple. You don't bother with any JavaScript. You just import the IPy widgets, and that's how you define them, and that's how you display them. And if you check my slides, this is a link to the gallery of widgets. There are, I would guess, 40 of them. One of them is a dialog for uploading a file. So if you want to prepare this for someone to upload their selection of colors and plot the curves with those colors, you can do that. So the learning here, interactivity is embedded through Jupyter widgets. Now the second thing is voila. So once your notebook has these widgets, you still only have the notebook. And I will read this. Voila is a framework which turns Jupyter notebooks into standalone web applications. Voila is the thing which takes your notebook and projects, shows only the interactive parts of that. It's that simple. You basically install Voila by pip install Voila, and then in the same terminal you call Voila and name of your notebook. And the result is a local run. That's the demo I was showing here. I will refresh so that you see now Voila is loading. It loaded the notebook, and as I was showing before, you can play. It's quite smart in the way that if I change something in a notebook, I can go here and add, say, print hello world, right? Or just hello. You don't need to do any special, and now I don't forget to save it. You don't need any special setup. If I now refresh my app, you should see that text hello. Can you see it here? So no special long-lasting starting of that. You simply save the notebook and your output is here. Right, so voila results in a local run of that notebook. Not sure whether you can read it, but the URL says localhost at port 8866. And what it does, if you compare this with the notebook, Voila only displays output of these cells. And that's really important, because you see my first cell was this cell with commands, and second with imports. If I run these cells, they don't produce anything, right? There is no output section here. And only this cell, which contains Markdown, produces a Markdown text. Now I will switch to the app. This is the cell with the Markdown. Those two cells above, which had the imports and comments, are not here. So the important learning at this slide is, first, Voila projects your notebook as a web app, and Voila displays only outputs of these cells. That's why you saw radio buttons and Markdown, but no imports, neither definition of functions. Now, it feels like it's confusing. Am I getting it right, or is it clear? Yeah, thanks. Feel free to approach me if this was not. Voila has a nice logo, so I included it here. And 2 links which show you how to set up an example project. Feel free to clone this project of mine, that's fine. But if you wanted to try something more elaborated, please refer to these links. And as I said, the result of Voila is a local run. We are on my local host. So I could invite you to come and play with the curves, or I could hand it over to my children, but I couldn't really send it to my friends in different country, city, continent. So the third thing we are going to learn is how to share it with the entire world, and that's through a binder. If I say binder, does it ring a bell? Have you heard about this binder service? Who has heard about this, please? Okay, not so many. Perfect. So this is really relevant. So Binder is a free web service. They have a web page which is linked there, where you can basically show your repository or share your repository with the rest of the world in executable form. How does it work? You basically come to this dialog, which is on the Binder page, and say, on a GitHub, I have this repository, Wojciech-Filipec/hypotrochoid curves, and I want you to show the curves notebook, and you can even say which commit. Upon clicking the launch, Binder clones your repository at the Binder server, at Binder infrastructure. Then it runs, I think, a Docker container with Ubuntu. Well, simply it prepares the infrastructure for running your notebook in Jupyter Lab. And after a while, it really prepares the Jupyter Lab with your notebook. And this is all happening on the Binder server. And you are getting the Jupyter Lab through web browser. So all the heavy lifting is done by Binder, by their hardware, their server, and you are sitting at home with your computer, and you're getting, as you know, Jupyter Lab in the browser. But contrary to my lab, which is running on my local host, you would see a web address of the Binder server. So the message here is Binder is good for hosting the notebooks. If you want to have Jupyter Lab, which is not served by your computer, but by some other server. Feel free to use it with any free repo. You can use mine. And now I said it's for sharing notebooks. And the killer feature here is that Binder supports Voila. Right? You remember Voila is the framework which projects your notebook as a web application. So not only you can share with your co-programmers your notebook, but you can really get this application, this is the no-code, running for anyone in the world. Binder in their server will take care of rendering it, and will just send this application to the client, which is, I mean, computer of yours or your friend. So I find this really strong, right? I don't know how to host web pages anywhere, but I can work with dialogue like this, and now I believe each of you will be able to replicate this, and the result will be web application shareable with the entire world, remade from a notebook. And see, we did no front-end work. We didn't have to take care of the hosting or security. That's what Voila does and Binder does. That's basically it. To wrap up, we have remade Jupyter Notebook into web application. We first brought interactive elements through Jupyter widgets. These were the radio buttons or the push button. Second, we used Voila to remake the notebook to the app. And when I say remake, I don't mean that Voila would take the notebook, transform and save somewhere. It's really running the notebook in the backyard, and what it shows are only the outputs of the cells. And then the third step is to load your notebook to GitHub and go to Binder and say, please serve my notebook through Voila. And in the end, you will have your web app running in a publicly accessible infrastructure which you can share. It's really it. I want you to know about two alternatives here. So interactivity, I'm promoting Jupyter widgets, but the other options are Panel and PyWiz or Marimo. If you have heard about Marimo, I would like to know your opinion. For me, Marimo could be a replacement for Jupyter Notebooks, since it's a smart notebook, which, you know, in Jupyter Notebook, if you have 100 cells and then change something at the beginning, then you don't really know, do I need to run all the cells to the bottom to continue with my work? Well, Marimo keeps track of what cell depends on what other cell. So if you are at the bottom and you go to the top, change something there, then Marino reruns the relevant cells for you. I'm really happy about this feature. There is a workshop on PyVis, Panel, and Marimo on Sunday at 10 in the morning. It's taught by Michal Kaukic, and I thank to Michal for taking my repo and redoing it into Marimo app, which is accessible here. Thank you for this. You can check it and compare Jupyter widgets and voila, versus, yeah, Michal is here, hi, and Marimo. So these are the alternatives for bringing interactivity. The second alternative I want to mention is a hosting. So I'm using Binder, and just in the recent week, as I was preparing this, Binder seems to be running out of resources. So I can't really show you that web app on World Wide Web. It's really my local run here. But Voila has a nice section of documentation which shows you what other engines other than Binder are accessible for hosting the apps through, hosting the notebooks through Voila so that they act as apps. That's really it. I'm opening the floor for the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Wojta. So we have questions. First one, I'll just walk around. It's very interesting how people that never encountered, web frameworks and HTML and stuff could do stuff. That's very nice. So are the Jupyter widgets available in Google Colab notebooks as well? Do you know something about that?
I do Google Colab notebooks, but I don't know whether they support Jupyter widgets. So sorry, no answer here.
Yeah, that's fine. So what happens when you encounter a runtime error in the app? Or you get some endless, infinite loop or something like that?
It's exactly the thing that would happen in the notebook. And I can see two types of errors here. So one is voila, you have a corrupted version of voila, and it's not processing your notebook correctly, right? Then on this screen, right, I will reload the voila. Here you see how, sorry. Thank you. I am now reloading voila. And it could be that if voila is corrupted, this reload will not take place. Never happened to me, yet it can happen. You are using a complicated thing. And then you could also have an error in your Python code. So I'll go back to here and I will, let's say, I will import some library which doesn't exist. So OS Vojta, I'm sure this doesn't exist. If I run this, I get an error, right? I'm saving my notebook now, and I will reload voila. And what you can anticipate, the voila will reload the notebook, run the cells, and the first cell will generate an error. So we should see that error here. That's the thing. So it ran the first cell, then the second one was producing an error, and there was an error in executing. Can you still see it? Sorry.
Yeah, could you perhaps add I know there was a range from 1 to 16. Can you add there a 0? And so you can see some division by 0. So you have like interactive, like you trigger some edge case after the notebook is loaded.
Okay, so I cancel this.
Yeah.
Thanks. I will cancel this, and I'm looking for some division. So here, so I will take capital R should be 0 so that it fails. So options for R will be range 10. Saving the notebook, reloading, voila. Right, so I will use capital R0 and plot the curve. Right, so, and I will try to do the same in the notebook, right, so that we can compare what it does. Run all cells. 0 is here. Looks quite the same, doesn't it? So Thanks. I really want to highlight that Voila is not doing any, like they say, we turn Jupyter notebooks into web application. And this sounds to me like we download your notebook and translate it to some JavaScript application, but that's not the case. They really take your notebook, run it, and only display output of the cells. So there is no translation. It's really just running and displaying part of that. So it's one-to-one.
Thank you. Can we switch to the Slido screen, please? Okay. Can you store user-created data in the web app, like browser, session, storage, which is...
Yeah, this is something I'm actively working on, since I want, these curves are nice, but they are on a screen. I would like the user to have an option to save that image and have it stored somewhere. And it's not that simple. There is a Jupyter widget which allows this, but it's some custom, it's not one of those basic widgets. It's some custom implementation, and I haven't had time to deal with that. But eventually it should be possible. Whoever asked this, feel free to approach me. I can show you what I have. It's possible, people say, but I was not able to work it out yet.
Thank you. For latecomers, could you recapitulate? Is that the word? What notebook? Yeah, there is a, when you use Slido, there is a enhanced feature that will reword your sentence into better English. Could you recapitulate what notebook jesus.org does? Thanks.
Yes. So I was speaking about Binder. And if you go there and say, I want you to serve this notebook through Voila, you click that launch button, you remember that dialog, and suddenly what happens is that it forwards you, Binder forwards you to one of two servers. One is called Jesus, and the other one is OVH, I think. Simply, Binder does not provide servers per se. There are companies sponsoring Binder, and they are offering their hardware for this heavy lifting and for serving. So Jesus or the other one, I think it's really OVH, like Ostrava, Vitkovice, and H like Havirov. These are two providers of the hardware. And yeah, I said that they seem to be running out of resources, so it could be that you will see the third provider too. But it's just the company which does the hosting, full stop.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the... Okay, I'll give you the mic.
Thank you. I have a question about widgets, if we can return to that slide or that notebook. My first question is why were you defining HBox cell R? Yes, why disabled is false? Does it mean disabled is true by default? And next question, what if default value is out of the range defined in list_R? Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thanks. So first, this disabled feature, it's for fine tuning. If you have many many widgets, it's getting computationally expensive. So I think that's why they built it in. All I know is that it's for if you're tuning your notebook. I simply took the code from the widgets repository and I copied it over. And then this default value, the answer is I don't know. Let's try it. May I pass you the mic and try?
Yeah.
Value. Thanks. So we are in the definition. I will make it larger. This is the code I copied, right? Radio buttons, range, and so we have range to 10, so the value would be 11 now. I run this, stop iteration. So I save it and I will reload voila, and I'm expecting the same error here. Looks like there was an error when executing cell 9. And sorry, this is cell 36, so I will delete the or rerun it all. Kernel this thing so that we know whether it's cells 9. Right, it was cell 9 which produced this error. It was translated into another error in Voila. Yeah.
Okay, so something like that. You can also always talk to people later after the talk. So I think, run out of time. So thank you very much again, and see you later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardverom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a skúsiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Mišo, chýba nám speaker. Chýba nám speaker. To máme čas. Dobre, takže vlastne začíname až 20 minút, takže pohoda. Speaker príde niekedy.
Máme tu iba jednu hentku?
Áno.
To je divné.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A keď sme sa už nalepšili, poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkou z reproduktora.
Však je tu tento chlopak.
Ja som si naprogramovala autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učíme s hardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Máme ich stále. No, akože, není to slava. Ide o to, že keď to dá nízku úroveň, tak ja to nevyťahnem a streamu bude šum. Už aj
Na
takto šumí.
mikrobitoch sa mi páči,
A
že
vieš,
sú
keď
vhodné a
teraz
zaujímavé
už sa
aj pre
nepočujem ani
úplných
ja.
začiatočníkov.
Takže...
Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty. Naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli hardverom, kde si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a skúsiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne vysvetlené.
Akože, dobre,
a
toto
nájdete tam množstvo
vyšlo,
ďalších
len to má
aktivít,
nevýhodu,
ďalších
že
rozšírenia.
keď sa vyosí...
Zistíte viac, naučíme s hardverom. Alebo sa prihláste.
Jasné, on tam musí stále stáť a rozprávať a to není boh vie čo. Chápem.
A keď sa rozprávať, tak potom handku alebo niečo.
Dobre, takže
A
keď to tu necháme
môžeme
a
sa
tí ľudia...
dohodnúť tak, že budeš tých speakerov stále notifovať, že musia na to takto rozprávať, lebo ich proste
To sa
nebude
nedá,
počuť.
lebo ľudia skáču a to si ešte nevidel.
OK, ale chápeš, že čo ide, že on mi
Chápeš, že
odíde
to
a ja
padne.
nemám zvuk.
Takže čo, dáme dva zvuky, alebo...
Mám si vzít do ruky, protože budu možná jako chodit víc,
Práve,
než...
áno. Alebo ti dáme ten taký...
Protože
tento,
předpokládám, že do nahrávky, já většinou jako souhlasíte dost, aby mě slyšeli, ale
Nie,
na nahrávce to bude blbě slyšet, že jo?
Akože takto riešime to, že zabezpečenie dodáva feedka, ale my si preberáme zvuk do streamu.
Jo.
A máme také možnosti, aké máme, že máme tu jednu handku.
Jasně.
Jediné, čo mi napadá,
Můžem, klidně tak.
môžem tebe doniesť handku na stôl káblovú. Moju.
Sorry, vidím
A to
tady,
bude mať dosť citlivosť, alebo? Ale tí ľudia budú aj
Hej,
behať.
vidím HDMIčka, nechal jsem si doma USB,
Máme.
ten
Tam je.
C-čkovej. Super.
Do Cčka?
Do Cčka, jo. Že já jsem byl nucený dotáhnout tady ten starý kram MacBook.
Dobre, vyskúšajme tu s pánom Karolom toto.
Dobre.
Hej? Neviem, či ho budeme ja zapájať vždy, alebo Miško,
Ideálne,
alebo...
lebo není to naša vec, dodáva to
A
feedka.
viem, dobre, ale tak vy ste šikovní.
Jo, ale vieš, ja
máte
tu
inak
nemôžem, ja
robotu,
tu
ja
nemám
rozumiem.
zaplateného človeka, čo tu bude portovať,
Ja
lebo
viem.
nedodávam zvuk.
Ja viem. To je presne ten problém, že... Dobre, v poriadku, však vyskúšame to takto. Môžem ti to cvaknúť?
Jasně, zkus to dát, kam to je nejlepší.
Ja ti to dám
Na tohle?
Na tohle.
Jo,
Alebo
počkej, já si to
to
tady.
to daj na stred, tým, že máš košelu.
Aha.
Akože aj takto je to fajn.
Dobre.
Dobrý, a tohle si dám,
Dám dozadu takto, že?
tak kam to bude nejlepší, když tak mi to dej za opasek přímo, tam to bude držet nejlíp.
Skús niečo hovoriť?
Testing, nevím, jak moc mě bude říct zvukaři.
Takto. Moment.
Testing.
Snívaš o tom,
A testing,
ako sa stať
je to dost
vedcom,
no, teďka, když jsem od
alebo
toho dal,
programátorom?
když se k tomu
Hodiny
nakloním,
informatiky
tak je mě
pracujeme
slyšet
s
pěkně.
mikrobitом,
A takhle je to,
Nebudeš sa nakloňovať.
no, nebudu dělat takhle, že jo, takže,
Skús hovoriť normálne a spýtame sa ich, čo
jo,
Poďme sa pozrieť. Naprogramovala som si
testing,
digitálnu menu.
bude mě,
Keď zaplieskam,
Jo. sorry, jsem moc blízko toho, ale takhle to bude v
a
pohodě,
keď
nebo,
stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním
Jak to
si
vidíte?
atmosféru zvučkou
já
z
možná pak v reálu budu mluvit trošku víc nahlas, takže asi v téhle hlasitosti bych to viděl.
Ja som si naprogramovala autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie
Dobrý,
a
já,
hľadám stratený poklad.
já budu tak nějak jako do toho,
Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Tak si prehoď ten klopak na stred, na košelu.
jo, tak počkej, já tam vidím, kde to bude
Je to
nejlepší.
jednoduché a zábavné.
Tady jako,
Ak
no,
sa chceš k nám pridať,
já tam blbě
klikni
vidím,
na
takže když
učíme
mi
s
to tam, že
hardverom.sk
jasně,
alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a
připni
učte
to
sa
tam
tak,
ty,
ako
super,
my.
Ticho, tak ti Martin.
jo, když tak ať ukáže víc, nebo
A tento mikrofón teda killnem, ale aspoň ti ukážem, že jak
Vieš čo, môžeš mi ho aj nehať. Ja si ho dám na bok.
Tento myslím.
Ja aj ten.
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať,
Dobre, a toto je MIG 2?
rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické
To je
myslenie.
veľ jednotka.
Mikrobity sa
a
dajú robiť aj
toto je-
rôzne veľké prepracované projekty. Naučia sa v nich navzájom
prečo?
spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi
Dobre,
pomohli
dobre,
videokurzy.
dobre, díky. A po obede tu bude zase ďalší človek. a
Videá si
potom zase
môžete
ďalší.
stopnúť,
Dobre.
pretočiť a spustiť znova.
Asi sa budeme opakovať.
Všetko je v nich
Chápem.
krásne.
Je to asi
podrobne
jednička
vysvetlené.
HDMIčko, tady to druhý má
Aj tam
dvojku,
množstvo
takže...
ďalších
Ja viem,
aktivít aj s
ja
ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom, alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Připomeň mi, timer 30 je na prezentaci samotnou, že jo? Nemusím, otázky jsou až potom navíc.
Ale jak budeš sa ponáhľať v pohode, není problém.
OK.
Ale to sa dá.
Já tam mám takový variabilní na konci jako real-time ukázka funkčního programu, takže. No a já zkusím ještě, když to nebude vadit, já zkusím schválně přijít před ten reprák, jo? Co to udělá? Jestli se to bude vazbit. Asi ne až sem, ale zdá se, že to není problém, když mluvím ani tady před tím reprákem, takže, ale já budu spíš chodit, když už někam půjdu, tak se vydám někam sem dopředu.
of this day. I would like to introduce you Karel Boháček, who will tell us something about sign language recognition. You are a machine learning expert, data scientist, something like that, yeah? So please give a warm welcome to Karel. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I guess I will start with something like Gilderoy Lockhart from Harry Potter. Can everyone hear me? And can everyone see me? I cannot do the smile that he did. So thank you for having me. Thank you for the nice introduction. Today we will talk about enabling communication for the hearing impaired through machine learning, which is quite a mouthful. I usually keep it there as a bait for those who introduce me, the stage managers, but they did not take the bait, so I have to punish myself by reading that. I'm from Alma Career Central, which might not you might not be familiar with that. We were until end of last year, we were called LMC, and now there is rebranding and merging and everything. But people from Slovakia know Profesia for a job board where you can go and find your next job. In Czech Republic, we own websites like Jobs and Práce. So that's who we are, and I will tell you how we even got to this topic. Let's just get to it. So first question, of course, why? Why we want to do sign language recognition. So imagine that from our point of view of trying to help people find their next job where they will be happy and successful. Imagine that there is a hearing impaired person, someone who doesn't hear, cannot talk, they use sign language. So the way that they do their job interviews now is either through text communication or they have to have a translator. We collaborate with a non-profit organization that provides translators to the candidates free of charge. But it's complicated. So either you have one more person there and you are talking, I mean, you as if you are a hearing impaired person, you talk to this manager who doesn't understand you, a translator translates for you, the personal feeling gets lost. It's even more so if you are just discussing via messages. Let's say that you connect with each other on Teams or Zoom or somewhere, and you have to write your messages. The manager or someone who is doing the interview with you just reads the messages. They reply to you, of course, again in text because you cannot, you would not hear them. You can basically imagine that, like you are having an interview or any call, basically in general, and your computer just doesn't have microphone or speakers. What would you do, right? That's difficult. So if we have a working sign language recognition system, the natural communication would be available. Like if you imagine like having at least subtitles. I know that the person on the other side would still have to read something, but better than all the other current options. And there is no waiting for the written answer and so on. Let's talk now about what's possible, what's ideally possible, not necessarily what I did as a part of this prototype. And when I say prototype, it's because it was part of our research prototyping phase where we were trying to find new ways how to help people, what new products we could make. So this was a prototype that I worked on. And so first step is always the real-time transcription, something you have a stream from webcam, and you need that the computer understands what the signs that the person who does the sign language, what they are, and somehow transfer that to text, whatever that means. What it means actually is that you will not get, in case of Czech sign language, you will not get Czech language, of course, because the signs are something else. it's basically different language. It uses words that you know as a Czech-speaking person, for example. And by the way, I will talk about Czech Sign Language. You know, there are basically there is Czech language and Czech Sign Language. There will be American English. There is American Sign Language. It's like that. There is no universal sign language that's hearing impaired people can talk to each other across the globe. So here are just few examples what it means that the language is not the same. Like the sentence in Czech that I have here, chceš vodu, čaj nebo kávu, which would translate as, would you like water, tea or coffee? In Czech sign language is just chtít, voda, čaj, káva, chtít. That's a way that you ask a question. So like word-to-word translation you can see is want, water, tea, coffee, want. Or if you just announce Mom will go to Slovakia in May, it will be as May, like the month of May. Mom, go Slovakia. That's how it is. So if you will only get the transcription that I spoke about in the first step, then the person on the other side might still not understand what's happening. So you would have to implement some expanding of the text. Luckily, now, last year or two, we are in time of great AI boom of general transformers that are very good at this. At the time when I was doing this prototype, it was not available, and it's like a possible next step of what can be done. And of course, the last part would be text-to-speech or speech-to-text. You know, you don't need subtitles if you have text-to-speech, which we have readily available. And the other way, speech-to-text is also getting quite common these days, even though sometimes it doesn't work. And if you used transcription in Microsoft Teams, then I'm sorry, but that's not a real product. So today, I'm going to talk about the first step. Prototyping phase was not very long, and of course, I did as much as I could. And today will be like about showing you what's possible, because everyone can do this. I don't speak sign language, and I did some working prototype. So it's possible to use it as a topic for a student thesis or a project. And it can be made into a real product. We don't have any rights or patents about this, so everyone can do this. So let's talk how to get from the signs of the sign language to having a text. So, of course, first thing is that you need to have a part of that system that will convert that, what it sees on the camera, which I assume that everyone at Pycon knows Python. So in Python, you can use OpenCV library. That's probably the most common to get the feed from your webcam and process it further. And then you need to just figure out how to tell the computer, like there are hands and people signing something in the video stream. To get there, you also need to, of course, obtain some large set of images. You need to have a data set. So you will either make them yourselves, which is what I did, or you will download them somewhere from the internet so you could do the training and everything. But before you get to machine learning model training, you of course need to do some conversion because it's still the image. Your code cannot just take the pixels, and the values in that of red, green, and blue. So preferably to convert them into coordinates already of what, like hands and body parts that are in the screen. And well, profit, probably not, right? We don't want to profit on that. It's like a moral gray area. And this was always intended to be like open source or at least for free. And for the recognition on what you have in your webcam feed, there is actually a useful library called MediaPipe. It's now owned by Google, but let's not hold it against them. It's open source and it works quite nicely. I checked recently that they are still working on it. It has a lot of features. It supports what I did as part of this prototype now. They have about half of signs that I did, but okay, they did well. Good job. And it allows like hand detection, body detection. You can use it for eye tracking in your projects and so many things. But we will talk now about hand detection. You might think like hand, it's simple, right? It must know that it has distinct shape. It must be easy to detect what it is, but most of us have two of them, and it's just something that we don't think about, but it actually has 21 degrees of freedom. Feel free to count them when you look at your own hands, but otherwise just take my word for it from this drawing that I have there. And those are the points that you need to detect in your video. And as a proof that it works, I actually included, well, okay, now you actually need to see my face twice, so I'm sorry about that. But here you can see like a layer that shows how it can be tracked in media, using MediaPipe. And so this way we can implement successfully hand detection in each individual video frame. And I did not get to this part that what you need to do, like you can make a great, robust system, but it still needs to process the live video in real time. It cannot be so slow that the frames will start lagging or anything. It needs to work even on normal laptop or, well, okay, probably the phones these days are more powerful than some laptops. So let's say on an old laptop like this one that I'm presenting from. So we are tracking hands. Can we do more? Yes, there is also part called MediaPipe Holistic, where you can include like hands and face. If I was in this video, like all my body, you would see that I think there are not just shoulders, but also like hips, knees, and feet. But this gives you an idea this is what you would need for sign language recognition, because it's not just hands, right? Even if you've just seen once a person who speaks sign language, it depends where the hands are compared to, like, with respect to the head, the face, the rest of the body. Sometimes there are signs that are signs about in this area or higher, and so on. But, of course, baby steps, so I had to start with hands, because there are some challenges, you know. Luckily, the MediaPipe library takes care of a lot, because at some point, you need to know that it detects the hands correctly, like the type of hand, left and right. This might be confusing, because it looks like it says right for my left hand, but it's actually like me in the mirror. I was just screen grabbing. It was very convenient for me, so it was like me standing like this in front of my camera. So it's really my right hand. And as you can see, when there is my beautiful assistant, my wife's hand appear in the video, that it does not get confused which hand is which. You have to really try to confuse it. Like if you had direct backlight behind you, so you just see not shadow, but the silhouette of your hand, then you can probably confuse it because it doesn't see the front. But other than that, it works perfectly. So we can work with that. So what we are going to do is that we will save coordinates of both hands into an array. And just to keep things organized, left hand is always first in the array, then the right. If it's not there, then you put some not a number values or zeros or whatever you prefer. And then each image that you have for the dataset with the signs, you can convert to numbers, right? The arrays of numbers. And then, hooray, you can go and do your machine learning model. So now, what was in my data set? I mentioned already that I'm not a person who speaks sign language. So I had to come up with something to start. So I did what any person would do in my case, and that's I made my own signs, right? So there is like what you would come up with, like hello, thumbs up, thumbs down, even some root ones that I had to delete later. And another part of the data set is Czech sign language alphabet. It's if you went to camps or you were part of Boy Scouts or something, then you probably know, like A and D, this. But sometimes it's a little bit different than what I was taught as a kid at a camp. But what I included is the official Czech sign language, like when some hearing impaired Czech person needs to spell something out, then this is what's used. I made 200 images for each sign. And because it was me solely working on this prototype, it's all my hands, so it's a little bit biased, of course. It works the best for my hands. It might not work well for your hands if you try. And you will be able to try after the presentation. I will be somewhere in the common area, probably here at our Alma Career stand, and you can come and you are welcome to try. Well, each of the images, I told you that it's converted, so we have array for both hands, 84 values. Why? Because I said 21 degrees of freedom for one hand. We want to detect two hands, and there are X and Y coordinates in the video stream. A little bit of data science. I will not bother you with details. We tried classifiers, not something fancy. I told you that we need that it works in the live stream, so we tried few of the common classifiers that come to mind when you are doing something like this. All of them basically reached high accuracy because, of course, it's just my hands, I did not mix from more people. It would get more complicated, and it should get more complicated. That's the proper way to do it, but, lack of time, prototyping, and so on. I decided for decision tree. Why? Because decision tree is easy to fine-tune when you need it. I will show you exactly what I mean, but because it's basically like splits what to do with values, and it has some levels, these decision trees. When something is not working right, you can just go there, see how the split works, and adjust it a little bit, so then it will work up to your liking. We did normal train test split, 70% and 30%. And as you can see, accuracy was satisfying in this case. What you see in the matrix is actually how you can see on the vertical axis is the true label of an image. On the horizontal axis is how the model predicted that. The ideal case is, of course, everything from this testing data set is on the diagonal. You can see sometimes some non-zero values, and it actually makes sense. If you go through that and check them, for example, hello was often confused for stop, which I have there, because somehow it needs to decide at some point what will be hello and what stop, so it makes sense that this is the most common mistake. I also included some sign that I call live long, so that's also very similar to those two. And then the issues started, of course. Because as you find out, when you are not doing just alphabet, most signs in the sign language, I guess not just Czech sign language, but all sign languages, they are what I call dynamic. It's some movement. I remember like my name, Karel, is the same sign as king, and it's just, you are basically showing a crown. And it includes the movement, like this means nothing, this means nothing, you need to have the movement. So what should be done for this is that you will find a way how to detect those. That's the first step. And it's not difficult, right? You just would have some sequence, of images or something like that. But then how to know where one sign ends and another one begins? That's the real issue, because the people who know sign language, they speak fluently, like when I'm speaking now, or at least I try. Someone who doesn't understand English wouldn't know where one word ends and the other one begins. So this is basically what the computer has to deal with, and we need to teach that. But it's not that easy. And the other thing is that we need more than hand detection. I said that from the beginning. You need to do post detection, and I said that this is like a, let's say this is 40% motivational speak, 20% of what was done, and another 40% of like, see, there are these things that already work quite easily. Even I could do that, so you can as well. There is a long way to go, but it might be worth it. And at this point, I thank you for your attention, but there will not be questions yet, because I like to challenge myself for something difficult that, you know how it is when you are coding and someone is looking over your shoulder and like you forget the layout of your keyboard and stuff. So, or when you try to run something and it doesn't run. I'm brave enough to make it in front of 50 people or so. So I will just need to find my cursor, which is with this delay not quite easy. And whoop. Don't look at my code, it's mine. I will just, whoa, the delay is really, really bad. Sorry about that. Let's see if this will work. It will take some time, so I will talk more. I'm sure you will love it. It's just importing some libraries and the models at the beginning, and it should. Yeah, I'm like 90% sure it will not work. Okay, well, so this will be weird because I actually should have the screen mirrored, but if I do like this, yeah, it will be confused because I have very unfortunate background behind me, but you get the idea. Here I left the overlay that shows you like that it detects that it's my hand. You can see that the light is really messing it up, but you can make like this is for the sign language, the alphabet. So just to show, some of them are just really different. This is, we really didn't do Z like this at a camp, you know, but this is the real Z in Czech sign language. And as I said, you will be able to try this later. So, and when I spoke about the decision tree, there is a, which I don't know if it will work now with this light, because normally, you see how it fluctuates between D and, okay, well, now I have F, that's new. But normally, when I move, like, I'm just gonna walk away from the camera and show you directly. Like when I try to show you D, it's like this, right? When I show you P, you know that it's P. Somewhere it will get a little bit ambiguous, you know, what's D and what's P, and this is actually what the program struggles with, but you can tune it in the decision tree easily, what you consider that should be working and whatnot. And because I said that it should be useful for interviews and video calls, I have another little demo for you. If it will ever run. I said that what you would expect probably if you don't implement some text-to-speech or something, you want that it shows subtitles at least, right? So this is, with that few signs, I cannot make some sentences, but like if I make ahoy, let's like call me. And if I don't sign anything, you know, this is just for easy, like as a part of the demo to make it what it should be. The subtitles eventually disappear. If I would sign so much that it will be full, you know, then you will have the first ones going away. And that's what it should really do. It's not difficult in OpenCV. You just set up your text output on the screen, and that's basically what was done. And hopefully there will be opportunity to work on this. I said that I don't take any rights for this, so I hope that some of you got motivated seeing this, that it's exciting for you, and that you will make it work better than me. I will be happy to. It's not common that someone tells you like, here's my project, just take it and do whatever you want with it. I don't have it actually at GitHub, so you cannot take it, but you can mug me in the hole and take it from me. But yeah, I would be happy if someone finished it until the end and make it work. I will do my best to find some time to do that, but you know, it's turned now more like to a hobby than something that I do at work. And that's all from me for now. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank you, and I really, truly think this is awesome that people can do things like this. Did you somehow train also for the all the words? So did you manage to train it for, I don't know, how many words did you train?
It was those, I mentioned that there is 17 signs, so what you saw with the subtitles was actually from those 17 signs, not including the rude ones that I had to remove, but as I said, there is some, you know, like even a weird I just needed to that for testing, like live long.
So did you somehow manually annotate it, or?
Yes, I had basically like a for loop in a program that was for grabbing images. I was in front of my camera, and I, for example, with thumbs up, you know, just you are like this, and if it's, let's say that it takes screenshot, or you know, it grabs image from the OpenCV once per second, so you are just trying to do all kinds of position, and that's the way that I get the data set.
How long did it take you to train these 17 signs?
Oh, I don't know, but it felt like ages.
Yeah.
I forgot, honestly.
Days, maybe?
Yeah, probably.
That's tedious. What is the current state of text-to-sign language programs? What would that mean? So are there any alternatives or whatever?
Let's say, I'm gonna sound a little bit like not modest at all, but everyone is kind of in the stage where I was 2 years ago. Actually, the day that I was doing presentation of this at our company, it was not TikTok, but Snapchat that introduced that you can do American alphabet in their app. They had basically implemented the same thing that I did, and they stopped there. I've seen recently that some students at a university in the US made gloves using Arduino modules to detect sign language. I don't know why gloves.
You don't need it, yeah.
maybe it works better for them. Maybe they were like doing hardware engineering degree, you know, and not computer vision, so it makes sense. There are like baby steps everywhere. I don't know about anyone, but you know, with the progress of ChatGPT in the version of 5, you will probably just say like, translate this sign language for me, and it will do it for you, and then I will find out that I wasted all this time. But you know, as I said, I would be happy to.
So you said you didn't put it on GitHub yet or anywhere?
No, not yet. And I always promise, but I will.
You don't have to clean it up front. You can clean it up afterwards. It's there. Yeah. Also, people can help you clean it up. You know.
That's true.
So how long have you been working on it?
I remember it was 1 quarter, so three months, but not full time. We had like, if I remember well, 20% of our work time in that quarter to work on that, which is basically 1 day a week. And when you do something 1 day a week, you need to figure out what you did last week and not in those 4 other days and the weekends. So how much is it? One day per week in 3 months. That's 12 days, right? Yeah. Basically, something like that.
Okay. What sign language, word, or phrase is a must-know for every person, for your opinion? What is that, like help, please call police, or something like that?
Yeah, I somehow managed to still be a beginner in this, that I don't know.
Okay.
You know? And it's funny because I mentioned it to our product manager that we hired after this prototype, and she actually speaks sign language. And when I mentioned it to her, she started signing to me, and I had no idea what she's saying. I had to apologize. But I had opportunity, actually, my colleague's wife works with the hearing impaired people. she told me that she can help with that and create the data set, but we never got to that point. So it's just like I did the technological part, and then would be the tedious part of like
Doing the learning,
improving it and building up.
Yeah, but for that you can get people, and it's not like the programming job and the hard part. Yeah. That's just the tedious one. Yeah. Can you share a funny or surprising error that occurred during the model training process?
Not during the training, but I'm gonna tell you a funny story. When I actually had the demo of the prototype in our company, it was not just for my team. It was like, hey, everyone, we will show you our prototypes from our research and development team. Come and see it. You know, people could join online, and those who were on site, I invited them to come and try. And my colleague from my own team, who just has normal hands like everyone else, whatever he signed there, like he did hello, like this, it told him always bad. No, so I just told him that he's a very negative person, so whatever he does is just bad.
Are you going to implement only the Czech sign language or also other flavors, including international? It's not on you, yeah. Basically, it's on the people that will be labeling and annotating.
Yeah, like if I make it public, then of course everyone can use the technological part behind it, the coding part, and use it for whatever they want. It would even be easy to like make the training of the model implement there for someone who doesn't know it, because you just basically run it and it will choose for you the classifier and sets all the parameters that you need. And for me, I would never go beyond the scope of Czech Sign Language, because even that, as you see, was way beyond my level of what I can do, and I would need some serious help. It's not a one-man job to finish this.
Yeah. Later, I think there's a dictionary of signs in Czech Sign Language. Have you heard of it or used it? Not used, probably, obviously.
Yes, but I actually had some sources. There is some bachelor project and a master thesis. I think it's from Charles University, where they have. It's like someone did a really great job of writing a thesis that I would never write. It was probably, I can imagine it. The book looked like Game of Thrones published. You know, there were all kinds of signs explained. Of course, it had to be explained somehow on a printed paper. And there actually, what was useful when I did some training and stuff that I didn't mention here today, there are YouTube channels that they teach you sign language, and you can get it from there. They teach you like the basic phrases that someone asked about. So I can try to find the name, and if you come to me in the hall, I will suggest this YouTube channel for you if you are interested. But really, like, there is a lot of tutorials, I believe, not just for Czech Sign Language, but for other languages as well.
Okay, I'll just skip some questions and eventually I'll ask. I want that one. Stay there. Do you know Teachable Machine? It's a very simple way to do something similar to this. Teachable Machine, okay, I never heard of it. We used it for students, kids, and they had lots of fun. We also did a sign alphabet. In case the person is in the room, he can talk later, but yeah. Is there the person? Anonymous? Okay. Nobody, okay, go on.
I don't know it, so I would like to find out more about it. And of course, there are some libraries that, you know, I discovered MediaPipe, I liked it. There might be something where they already, it's basically a 2-year-old project now where, as I said, I'm still trying to find some time to improve it. And even that MediaPipe evolved quite well, but I said Google has there now the recognition of some signs. There is just few of them, so there is always new things to discover.
Yeah, this Teachable Machine is like, yeah, so basically you will eventually see, it's very similar to what you did, yeah, actually. Smart gloves, we were talking about that, yeah, so why? You considered to use more smart gloves instead of processing video.
Maybe there is some way how to tell it where one side ends, or maybe having more input, because they, I guess the Arduino and stuff that you can connect to it are not just for knowing the position of the hand and where it is, but it can also give you like access to gyroscope and accelerometer, right? So so it makes it easier, because like when I will be moving, I don't know, hands like this in some sign, or as I said, like this, it will know the position of the gloves. It makes sense, and so it's possible to do it differently.
Okay. How long is the code?
About this long. Depends what you mean the code. I had there. Well, my numbering never makes sense, because I have like script 1, script 2, script 3. Then I have 4 of script 4 or something like that. I said that one part was just basically obtaining the data set from myself quickly. So that's a short code on itself. Then there were some converting those images into those coordinates. As I said, it's surprisingly simple, because the hard work is done by media pipe, because that would there is basically some neural network trained behind that. So if I had to do this on my own, it would be much more complicated. But this is really simple.
Okay. 2 questions. Have you tried with non-static camera? We saw non-static, like it's on a laptop, yeah?
Yeah.
But basically, many hearing impaired people are using FaceTime, and thus the lighting and the camera stability are not ideal.
Yeah, but what you've seen here was actually probably issue with my simple classifier model. It's not that much issue with that media pipe detecting what's happening in the screen. So I would say that
That's not an issue, yeah.
it can work better, and to make it work with like FaceTime, that someone holds the phone.
Okay, and one
would be
last,
possible.
but yeah, that is, as you said, you are not really into the sign language.
Yeah, but
so.
I hope that you appreciate the live long
Yeah,
and
live long and prosper,
so
yeah.
sorry, that's all I got.
Thank you very much. Please. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oni akože by nemali odchádzať z tejto miestnosti skorej, tak im to poviem. A malo by to byť v pohode, lebo aj tak rozprážací jedlo až v nejakom čase. Please, in case you are back there, you can still sit down. There are plenty of empty spaces around. Also, you don't have to account with running for lunch. Basically, only after the talk ends, there will be no need for making any queues. Okay, so I think we may start. You still can sit down. Also, you can sit down on the stairs on the sides, in case, or you can stand. Yeah. Just please, this one, please, just so that there is a. Sorry, all other spaces besides this one. Okay. So I would. Dobre. Second. I would like to welcome you on your own alma mater. Peter here, he is also a PhD. You have one PhD. You are doing the second PhD now, or you're just the...
I just got it Tuesday.
Oh, really? So, congrats. Peter will tell us something about outliers and mastering LOF detection. I'm not sure, I'm not in the domain, so please explain it to us. And I'll give him a warm welcome, please.
Thank you. So, this talk is about mastering local outlier factor detection. If I may ask you, would you please raise your hand if you have worked with any kind of anomaly or outliers, except of deleting them from your dataset when you're trying to make any models? Nice. So, if we have some beginners here who just got into machine learning and trying to work around the data, then you can find many datasets or almost all of the datasets which contain some outliers, which are created either by measurement errors and faulty data collection processes, either from events, sensors, or they've just been handled in the wrong way. There is a difference between measurements which are, so to say, useless for our main goal or main use case on which we want to create a model. So this is kind of a classification approach, but we don't want to classify majority groups in the sense of label data. Local outlier factor is an unsupervised machine learning approach where we can detect outliers, either the local ones or the global outliers. And I want to show you some use cases later on where we can apply it on a real-world use cases. So you can try and play with it a little bit. And we also have a hands-on exercise where I will show you how to use it on scikit-learn. So, if we take it to the terminology level, local outlier factor is a machine learning algorithm that is commonly used for anomaly detection. It works by assigning an outlier score to each data point in a dataset based on its local density compared to its neighbors. What does that mean in reality? We have many data points, and we want to check what is an outlier. But we can calculate it with many algorithms or many approaches. Local outlier factor uses density. This is just a shallow algorithm, so it does not use any neural networks, and it's a pretty simple math, so to say. We calculate the density between data points in a data plane. If the neighbors or the density is low, then that is an anomaly. There is a difference between setting anomaly scores for detection of outliers which are far away from the majority group or the majority groupings. And those may indicate some issues with data collection, but there are outliers which are near to the main distribution, and they are just local outliers, and they just indicate slight changes in behavior. The local outlier factor algorithm on scikit-learn utilizes many hyperparameters. The main ones for us are the number of neighbors, which indicate how many data points relative to the data point from which I'm trying to detect if it's an anomaly we have to look for. So if we set the number of neighbors to 3, we are looking for the nearest 3 neighbors around us, and we look for the density and the distance between those data points to us. That is our key metric when we want to look into the data set where the data points are of different amounts. If we have a higher number of data points, we can increase the number of neighbors. Or if we want to create a more sophisticated or a more concrete local outlier factor model, then we can increase the number of neighbors, and regarding that, we will have higher densities. It all depends on the parameters where you want to detect the amount of anomalies. We have commonly, until the scikit-learn library version 0.2, the attribute which is called contamination was set to 0.1, which represents that the 10% of the data set will be anomalies. After this update, it was changed to auto, so it will calculate based on the amount of data points. It is also dependent on the relative density of the data, how much anomalies we want to find. We can set it manually, but that is very use case specific if we have the task on to which we want to set up the data points. If we need to find anomalies, then we have to send the contamination higher. In my experience, outlier factor algorithms are used when we have a concrete use case and we know what to find. It is a lot easier if we have a use case or a problem already stated and we don't have to look for the problem itself. If you are looking into the data points and you have to find something or the anomalies by yourself without any domain knowledge, I recommend using 0.1 or 0.2 as a setup for this parameter, because it will give you some insight where the anomalies are, and it will give you more the global outliers. The higher the setting of the contamination, the more outliers we will gain. So that means if we have a majority group in the data groupings, it will gradually come to an anomaly state instead of being a normal distribution, or by the terminology of the local outlier factor, it would not be an anomaly. Then we have the novelty. If we use this algorithm, we can set it up to 2 settings. We can take the data in the meaning of, okay, I have the model trained, I know what an anomaly is. I get a new data point, we look at it, we detect, okay, this is an anomaly. We can use this approach in the manner of, okay, we have a set ground and we will just look for new anomalies or new data entries. That way, the model won't learn. But if we apply the novelty to the Boolean setting of true, then we will add the new data point to the measurement pool, and it will be set into the measurements as, okay, we have this data point. That is great if we have models for some time periods, but if we have a low dimensionality data, which is a kind of a finite grid. Let's imagine a 500 times 500 x and y axis, and if we gradually add more data points to it, it will be so saturated that nothing will be an anomaly anymore, or it will be very low based on the contamination values. Therefore, I recommend, if you are using this approach and you are working with some kind of time series data, and you know that the behaviors will change gradually, then in some time periods, it is recommended to retrain the whole model and leave out the old data points. But it's also dependent on how much data you have and what do you want to achieve. If you want to follow approaches like behavioral trends, I recommend retraining the model on newer data, if you have it. That is today also a big problem with it. Okay, and we have number of jobs. That is classically the parallelization of the training approach. And the p-value would be the last one. It is the main measurement to calculate the distance between the data points. If we have those numbers of neighbors set, let's say 3, then we have approaches or the p-value, which is an integer set to calculate the distance between the data points. It is commonly known as the Minkowski metric, and if we have low-dimensional data, we can use p-value 1 or p-value 2. P-value 1 is the Manhattan approach, or the Manhattan distance, also called as the taxicab distance or the block distance. It calculates the sum of absolute distances along the axis. The Euclidean distance uses a straight line, so imagine the Manhattan distance, but you get the distance by the Pythagorean theorem within the straight line from one data point to the other. The approach chosen is relative to the dimensionality of the data. In this model, you can set either one dimension of data or multiple ones. It all depends on the use case and what you want to achieve. If you have a low dimensional data, I would not recommend using a p-value above 2. The results will only get worse. If we take a look at this plot, we can see that the relative data point x, which is on the coordinates 5, 5, we chose here two approaches, the Manhattan and the Euclidean distance. You can see that the relative amount or the relative distance is very different. Because if we take a look at the bottom left data point, which is on the coordinates 2, 3, the distance is 5 because of the taxicab approach. If you have multispatial data, it would be a little bit hard to represent it on these plots, but you have to consider the curse of dimensionality. So it's not very useful to add there too many data dimensions because the distances will be too great and you will have a large amount of outliers if you leave the setting of contamination on auto. The dimensionality of space will be too big and the anomalies will be everywhere. After this algorithm finds those distances, we apply two approaches, relative distance and local relative distance, reachability distance, sorry. Reachability distance is the maximal distance between one data point, which was the x, and the kth or the nth neighbor chosen within the training period. After that, if we inverse it, we get the local reachability distance, which is just an inverted value of the local reachability distances for that measurement data point. In simple terms, we have a big grid from data point 1 and data point 2, and they are created circles. We can imagine it as a data point of circles, and each neighbor has a certain distance to it. It is averaged and inversed, and by that, all the data points in the measurement window or in the measured space have a certain size. And based on that size, we classify if it's an outlier or not. If it's not meeting with its neighbor, then it's an outlier. And the loft scores are calculated by 1 and minus 1, 1 and minus 1, if we use the classifier. Everything above 1 is not an anomaly, below 1 it is an anomaly. You can also use attributes as a negative local outlier factor if you want to use multiple labeling systems, because if the lower the number of the local outlier score factor parameter, the bigger the outlier. So if you need something more than binary classification or binary selection of is it an anomaly or is it not an anomaly, you can set manual thresholds and just relabel your data, because the model has each score within itself. You just take the scores out and relabel it yourself, then you can visualize it within big anomaly, global anomaly, local anomaly. It depends on the use case which you are using it. As I mentioned, there are density issues. So if we have the distribution of the data that 2% of the data is 2% of the data are outliers, it is easier to find it. But if we increase the amount of outlier densities, then it's slowly becoming a subgroup. I want to say with this that if the external group of outliers is getting bigger and bigger as the trends are changing, then it's not an outlier anymore, but it is a different state of behavior of the data. We can imagine that, okay, we are going at lunch at 11, always, but somebody put a new meeting there at 11, so we have to go at 12. So as the data points increase, in the density of the new lunchtime increases, then it's not an anomaly anymore, but it's a new reality, and the old data points slowly become obsolete. That is the reason why you should look for novelties and retrain the models, because as time goes on, time-dependent data and events can change. For this, I want you to look at the outliers on this image, and can someone tell me how many outlier points here are global? It's enough if you raise your fingers. Yes, thank you. Because I wanted to use Microsoft Paint and create beautiful circles. I promised to myself if I will ever have a presentation, I will use Microsoft Paint to highlight the circles. Thank you, my dream came true. Yes. You have better eyes than me. Yes, it should also be a local outlier. But it is dependent on the number of N which we use and the contamination. So this would be a representation if I would use the negative local outlier factor attribute, and I would select the numbers, let's say, from -1 till -1.5 would be the local outliers, and the ones below -1.5 would be the global ones. And you can create, if you need to create more of it, then you have to raise the contamination and just add your labels there. So it is all nice where we can use these, how we can use this algorithm, but where we can actually use it. I have experience in using it for behavioral anomalies. So let's say we have some sensors or we have some data where we have behavioral patterns of someone. We have offices, we have there a sensor like, okay, he is working from 11 to 11.5, or we have monitoring of seniors, for example. They are eating their lunch at 12, something's happening, and they eat their lunch at 11. That may be some concern, or when they are leaving their homes for doctor appointments, or when they are going to look for the newest sales in the shop. Everything is behavioral based. And if we look at human data, humans are really behavioral people, like we like traditions. So we have a pattern of behavior which we use, and if there is an anomaly, then it's easily detectable. But human behavior changes gradually over periods. So you are mostly doing something different every Monday than every Friday. So that is also dependent how you break your data down. You need to use a little bit of common sense if you are using it either on sensoric data, if the workloads are different in different times. That's quite important. If you are using it in fraud detection, then we have faulty emails or bank frauds. That's also used there, but there is a little bit more complex data pre-processing behind that than looking at data points on a 2D grid. Also in traffic anomalies, network security, where we have a different amount of data logs per time. One of my colleagues also had a dissertation thesis regarding network security and looking for anomalies within there, and you can see easily peaks there when someone is trying something which they are not supposed to do, but the problem is that it is quite hard to combine that useful data where you can train the model. It is used in healthcare if we have some sensors or medical hardware on us and we get medical data, then we can see anomalies, how our heart beats, for example, if there is some asymmetry within that or so, and monitoring of machines if we are using something for production or manufacturing. If the heat rises or if there is something between the machine itself, then it can cause an anomaly, and it can be used to prevent some faults with the machines, and they can save money. So it is also used in industry pretty commonly. So what do we need? To do this, you only need data, Python and scikit-learn, and a little bit of insight into data that, with the reasoning, what can I see and what can I use the data for within the scope of anomalies. I prepared a little bit of a hands-on, which is a very long Python code, so I can show you it is very hard to learn. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Can people in the back see it also? Thank you. So, I used the CSV and imported it via pandas. I'm sure everybody knows this library. And for visualization, I use Seaborn. So we just run it, and I will show you a little bit about this data. It's very complex. Okay. So if we look at it, we have their event type, which can be coffee break. We have a starting point and an ending point. In this way, we have a time series data based on some events. There can be many events. It depends on the use case and how we process it. I took the liberty of breaking the data a little bit down with some cleaning. So I use datetime functions, which Pandas has integrated, and added their day of week, hour, minute, daytime in minutes, and week time in minutes. The last two are dependent on the fact that I want to flatten the data into one-dimensional space. It is a little bit of a not recommended approach, but it can be done. And now if we clean it, we extended the data space, and we can use the new attributes to train the model on anomalies. Okay. I chose number of neighbors 20. Can someone give me a random number? Thank you. Okay, we chose p-value 1, and let's say that 21% of the dataset should be anomalies. Okay. So we didn't leave novelty on because we only have 500 data points, but we could if we would train it a little bit more, but that is for a pretty longer time. We used the fit predict, so we inputted the data, set the parameters, and labeled it. That is just a little function where we label the data anomaly or not anomaly. And I have a problem with my code. Okay.
Where does the label data come from? Is it imported correctly?
Outlier indices, label data. Okay, we can do it a little bit differently. Okay. Pravda, že to nefunguje, keď to testujem?
This doesn't happen on teleconferences, you know, when you have just a number of people watching. But yeah, the label data was not defined because you probably didn't import it. But where does it come from? Which library? That one. Yeah. Let's Google for answers for now. Yeah. Well, yeah. In the meanwhile, we can ask about some details. Just go on. Yeah. We do, but go on. Just. Do you want to answer them, or you just like to keep focused on the code? You could mirror this very easily. Yeah. So, is there is many methods to identify outliers. In which use cases does this method outperform other methods?
Well, this method is useful when we have a low number of data points and low dimensionality space. So if you are limited with data and you don't really want to use a lot of pre-processing, it's quite useful. If the cost itself and training on low data points is fast, and you can create, if you are using time series data, you can create time thresholds with it pretty easily. It's a robust tool, but it's just one of many in the end.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. You just have to import it from somewhere, the label data, but you would have to find the... Yeah, okay, never mind. So how do you choose the local outlier factor method parameters if the method is unsupervised?
Well, that was the reachability and the local reachability distance calculation. Those parameters, which were the p-value, number of neighbors, they were for calculation of the distance between data points itself, and it decides on the density and the distance between data points itself on the fact that what is an outlier and what is not an outlier. That was the whole reason why I put the reachability distances there and the density of the data points. It looks at the picture as a whole, and what is on the easy terms, what's more far away from each other, and it is not near many neighbors, is an anomaly, in very simple terms.
Okay, I didn't ask the question. I asked, but does it take into account any distributional properties from which the data can come?
Nope.
Can this method also deal with multivariate outliers?
Yes, but in that case you need to use the p-value above 3, and it would be good to visualize the data in some bit more complex way, I would say. It is possible to do it. If that was the question, yes, it is possible.
Okay. What is the most misinterpreted aspect of local outlier factor you've encountered thus far?
Well, the most misunderstood fact was regarding outliers in general. When we were discussing use cases for some project, and I said, okay, why don't we take a look at these outliers? They may be useful. I got looks like, why? We have to delete them. So not everybody has a positive understanding of outliers, and they don't view the magic behind it. That okay, we can create something out of that, and we can use it in pretty interesting ways.
Thank you. Oh, okay. So the paper, not sure which paper, the one that is shown probably, is from 2000, and the same authors developed it further into local outlier probability in 2009. Do you know it?
I read about it a little bit, but I haven't tried it yet. LOF was enough for the use cases which we used it, and LOP, honestly, I didn't have enough time even to try it. I know about it, but I would need at least a few days to try it and see if it is useful for the use cases which we use it for. If I find something which is useful and it is enough for the purpose, as here there are many developers, I think, or data scientists, we are bound by time and we can't test everything into infinity. So if it works and if it's acceptable, we mostly use it.
Thank you. Can local outlier factor be used to estimate the frequency, magnitude, and severity of extreme weather events?
Yes. Well, as I mentioned, you take the data points, you break that information down in the training set. It returns the values within the local outlier factor, the negative outlier scores. And you can invert them back, and then you can see the thresholds itself. So you can create threshold calculations by result of scores when we are inverting it, and you find the thin line between what is an weather anomaly and what is okay.
Thanks. Any other questions? There is a person showing me that, yes. You mentioned that for calculating distance between points in a two-dimensional space, Euclidean distance is optimal. Do you have recommendations for distance calculating in an n-dimensional space?
The general rule of thumb is not to use the p-value higher than the input dimensional space. So if we have three dimensions, p-value should not be higher than 3. If we are using lower p-values, the results will be better.
For the distance calculation in an n-dimensional space. Not sure whether I understood the question. I think they are asking about the distance calculation recommendations. Maybe we can ask also in the public where it means the statistics and probability.
Well, if you're talking in the meaning of this algorithm, it's just a change. It's just a switching of the p-value. Generally, there are many algorithms, but I would use this one for calculating it itself. In my experience, I don't really need just a number. I need to input it into a more complex algorithm. But if you are searching for a recommendation, generally, not really. Euclidean, I generally use Euclidean ones.
Thank you very much. I think we are done for now. How hungry are you? Okay, so and you can. You had a nice slide about lunch now, so thank you very much. So thank you all for staying here until the end of the presentation. You're awesome.
Mohli sa mi vymazať akurát ten jeden riadok kódu.
Pohode, jasné, samozrejme. To je najlepšie stres. Stres
Hello, hello. Hello. So the first talk in the afternoon will be in Czech language. So I will switch to Slovak. If you don't understand Czech or Slovak, the talk in next room is in English. Dobrý deň, vítam vás tu po obede, dúfam, že ste sa všetci najedli. Chcel by som privítať nášho dnešného prvého speakera po obede, je ním Petr Viktorín, ktorý nám bude rozprávať o Pythone, keď je samotný Python ako project, tak prosím, privítajte Petra.
Ahoj, já jsem teda Petr. Doufám, že jste tu všichni správně na tento začátečnický talk. Koukám, že někteří ne, ale co naděláme. Takže já tady budu něco říkat o Pythonu jako projektu. Slajdy nejsou zajímavý, stejně žádný nemám. Takže, kdo z vás používá Python? Všichni, úžasný, skoro. Co to je, že? Co to je? A co pro vás ten Python je? Co to vlastně znamená, když se takhle řekne Python? Programovací jazyk? Hád? No. Tak to jsou ti angličtináři, ty tady nemají být. Cože? Smysl života. Dobře, to bych asi... No, přesně tak, to bych asi řekl, že spíš hledejte nějakou odbornou pomoc, pokud je to opravdu smysl života. Mohl by to být nějaký nástroj. Když se tak dívám kolem sebe, tak by to mohla být ta komunita kolem. Jo, hodně toho je o těch lidech. Tady ten obrázek není moc vidět, tady ještě lepší takhle. Takže lidi, co prostě se dali dohromady, a vždycky, když se lidi dají dohromady, tak je potřeba, aby měli něco, proč se vlastně setkávat, proč nějak pracovat. A pro nás je to teda ten programovací jazyk. Já se teda nebudu věnovat tomu Pythonu jako nástroji nebo jako té komunitě, ale jako projektu. To znamená, tady nějaký projekt na GitHubu. Je tu někdo, nebo takhle, kdo už viděl tady tu stránku GitHubovou? Spousta z vás. No, tak Python je softwarový projekt, konkrétně CPython je interpret jazyka Python, který je tady vyvíjený hlavně kolem tady této stránky. A já tady budu něco říkat o tom, jak to vlastně funguje. Takže nebudu zabíhat do takových projektů kolem, jako jsou třeba knihovny pro ten Python. Jo? Tam je každá vlastní projekt s vlastní komunitou, který funguje občas podobně, občas trošku jinak. Nebudu tady mluvit tak moc o jiných interpretech. Viděl někdo tady PyPy? No, už méně lidí, takže asi řeknu, co to je. Python jako takový je jazyk, to znamená ta specifikace toho, co se stane, když napíšu třeba nějaký print s nějakýma závorkama. A ten interpret, to znamená program, který dělá to, co v tom jazyku napíšu, tak těch je několik. Ten nejznámější se jmenuje CPython, tady vidíme tady tenhle projekt na tom GitHubu. To je interpret toho jazyka napsaný v jazyce C. Setkal se někdo s jazykem C? Super. Kdo v něm už něco napsal? Spousta z vás. To se tady učí na škole? Jo, super. Jako první nebo jako až po Pythonu? První. Odvážná volba. Dobrý. Takže studenti na této škole jsou připraveni na to psát potom jako nebo přispívat do toho interpretu samotného. Těch interpretů je víc. Je tady jeden, který je napsaný přímo v Pythonu, takže se to potom kompiluje pomocí Pythonu. Existují nějaký třeba Jython, je napsaný v Javě, existuje nějaký další napsaný v C, který je vlastně úplně jiný projekt, napsaný úplně od začátku, který vlastně implementuje ten stejný jazyk, tu stejnou specifikaci, tu syntaxi a semantiku většinou. ale potřebuje na to mít místa, takže je osekaný. Tady vidím, že někdo má zkušenosti. Je to takové osekané, tam potřeba občas něco doinstalovat, občas něco nefunguje úplně dobře. Setkali jste se někdy se Circuit Pythonem? Co se tady učí, ten Circuit nebo MicroPython? Je tady někdo s tím, z toho učíme s hardwarem? Určitě. No, slyšel jsem, že někdo takový by tu měl být, ale koukám, že to nechce přiznat. Takže CircuitPython je taková modifikace toho MicroPythonu, dělaná na to, aby byla přístupnější. Jo? Takže když programuju nějaký software do továrny, který potřebuje ovládat robota, tak to můžu udělat v tom MicroPythonu. Když si chci blikat světýlkama, tak je jednodušší začít tady s tím s tím CircuitPythonem, jinak jsou víceméně podobný. Tak, o tom jsem teda mluvil docela dost na to, že jsem o tom vlastně mluvit nechtěl. Další taková věc kolem, o které tolik mluvit nechci, je třeba Python Packaging Authority, což je parta lidí, kteří se starají o to, jak to zařídit, aby když napíšu nějaký kus Pythonního softwaru, tak aby se dostal k lidem, aby si ho ostatní mohli nainstalovat. Jo? Je to jiná skupina lidí, než vyvíjí ten samotný jazyk a interpret, což se projevuje v tom, že ty dva projekty spolu nespolupracují tak dobře, jako to máme třeba v jazycích Rust nebo Go nebo podobně, kde tohle to mají jako přímo jako blíž k tomu jazyku samotnému. Tady prostě si každý dělá, co chce a ono to má svoje důvody, protože Python se používá ve spoustě různých situací a každá potřebuje něco jiného. Ale protože je tam spousta různých lidí, spousta různých projektů, tak to není tak unifikované, je z toho takový myšmaš trošku. Podobná skupina lidí se stará o infrastrukturu, nebo zase další skupina lidí se stará o infrastrukturu, to znamená spravuje nějaký servery, na kterých běží třeba PyPI. Viděli jste někdy tuhle stránku? Kdo viděl tuhle stránku? PyPI? Kdo něco instaloval pomocí pip? No, takže ten, kdo něco instaloval pomocí pip, tak komunikoval tady s touhletou stránkou, jenom ne přímo s tady tou modrou vizáží, ale s nějakým API, co poskytuje. Na PyPI jsou nahraný víceméně všechny Python balíčky, co jsou takhle volně k dispozici, co si můžete nainstalovat. A samozřejmě někdo se musí starat o to, aby tohleto fungovalo, což není vůbec jednoduchý, protože to má miliony stažených balíčků denně. Takže je docela zázrak, že to jako funguje tak dobře, jak to funguje. Všechna čest téhle skupině lidí. Do této skupiny se asi zas tak jednoduše nedostanete, ona je celkem malá, ale vždycky je dobré jim poděkovat. Kolem toho všeho, nebo víceméně v jádru tady všeho toho, máme nějakou neziskovku americkou, nebo možná globální, Python Software Foundation. Kdo slyšel o této věci? No, tak je to jeden ze sponzorů konference mimochodem. A to je neziskovka, která se stará o to, aby se šířila sláva Pythonu po celém světě a snaží se dávat granty různým konferencím, různým akcím, dělat prostě to, co je nejlepší pro Python. A když jsou potřeba nějaký peníze globálně, tak to většinou jde tady přes Python Software Foundation. Jo? Tahle neziskovka zaměstnává pár lidí. Většinou jsou to lidi, kteří to celý řídí, nebo dělají nějaké účetnictví nebo daně, nebo se starají o tu infrastrukturu. Tam myslím, že 2-3 lidi nebo podobně jsou placení za to, aby se starali o to, že ty servery všechny běží. Dělají americký Pycon. Kdo jste nikdy nebyl, tak americký Pycon je obrovská konference, velice profesionální. Je to prostě úplně jiný, než tady jsme taková rodina, jo? Že jsme všichni kamarádi. Americké je takové jako už mnohem větší. Další rozdíl mezi touhle konferencí a tím Pyconem americkým je, že je v ceně lístků, protože ten americký Pycon pomáhá z velké části financovat všechno to ostatní, co Python Software Foundation dělá. No, takže když potom dává granty takovýmhle komunitním konferencím, tak je to i z toho, co se vybere na lístkách na tom americkém Pyconu. A pak samozřejmě veliká část toho jde od sponzorů. No, kromě teda účetnictví a podobně, tak tady pracují i 3 lidi na vývoji Pythonu samotného. Jsou to 3 z docela málo, zhruba desítky nebo kolika lidí, kteří jako na full time pracují na tom jazyku. Já jsem teda jeden z těch 3, teďka jsem v lednu nastoupil, takže jsem velice šťastný za to, že tohle můžu dělat. Jinak Python Software Foundation je velice podobný naší české neziskovce Pivec.org, která dělá to samé v mnohem menším měřítku. A myslím, že na Slovensku máte taky něco takového, takovou neziskovku, je to tak?
SPIOZ je to v podstate občianske združenie, ktoré organizuje aj túto konferenciu.
Přesně tak. Takže nevím, jak přesně to funguje na tom Slovensku, ale u nás je to taková jako servisní organizace, tomu říkáme. Jo? Takže když je potřeba vystavit fakturu, nebo podepsat smlouvu, nebo zastřešit nějakou akci nebo podobně, tak to řeší tahle právnická osoba. Když je potřeba, prostě, aby se lidi sešli třeba v hospodě, tak na to jako není potřeba právnická osoba, takže to se řeší. Sice jako je to zastřešený tady nějakou neziskovkou, ale je to spíš, aby se ti lidi dávali dohromady. Jo? A podobně Python Software Foundation moc nesahá do toho, jak funguje ten Python jako projekt. Jo? Sice platí pár lidí za to, aby přispívali, ale nemá přímou kontrolu nad tím, co se v tom jazyce stane. Jo? Jaký chyby se budou opravovat, jaký nové vlastnosti se do toho Pythonu dají a podobně. Jo? Toto z velké části dělají dobrovolníci. Tak, tam jsem viděl zdviženou ruku, to nebyla otázka, to je smutný. No, kdybyste měli nějakou otázku, tak prosím vás řekněte. Jo? Já jednak nemám slajdy, jednak taky můžu udělat klidně nějakou odbočku, kdyby vás něco zajímalo, takže určitě se ptejte. Ale když otázka není, tak mám o čem mluvit. No. Takže, když se podívám na tu stránku na GitHubu, tak tady vidím, že teďka zrovna GitHub na první místo dal tady nějaký repozitář PEPs. Slyšeli jste někdy termín PEP? Někdo jo, někdo ne. Takže PEP neboli Python Enhancement Proposal, návrh na vylepšení Pythonu, je nějaký dokument, který většinou, když je to ten správný PEP, tak říká, co by se dalo v tom Pythonu zlepšit. No, je to návrhový dokument. Slyšeli jste někdy o dokumentu PEP 8? Myslím, že to je víc lidí než o tom PEPu, než o PEPech obecně. Jo? Takže PEP 8 je PEP, který není ten návrh na vylepšení Pythonu, ale je to nějaký dokument o tom, jak by se měl správně formátovat Python kód. Jo? Je to jenom dokument. Vždycky, když máme takovýhle nějaký prostě kus textu, který není závislý na konkrétní verzi Pythonu, jo? Když máme dokumentaci pro Python, tak tady na dokumentační stránku. A když máme takovýhle nějaký jako dokument okolo, tak se to často zapíše takhle do formy toho webu. Dá se tomu nějaké číslo, aby lidi nemuseli říkat dlouhé názvy. To se mi moc nelíbí, že se to čísluje, ale se to dělá. No a pak si to lidi přečtou a někteří lidi si to nepřečtou, ale myslí si, že ví, o čem to je a podobně. Takže tohle to je takový PEP, který není moc PEP. Tento je takový typičtější. Jo? Někdo si řekl, že by bylo dobrý z Pythonu vyndat tady nějaký Global Interpreter Log. Víte někdo, co je GIL? Méně lidí. No, to je taková věc obecně, která v Pythonu spoustě lidem vadí. Všem ostatním pomáhá, nebo všem pomáhá, jenom o tom neví, ale některým lidem vadí a bylo by všechno rychlejší, kdyby se vyndala, ale ono to není tak jednoduchý, takže přišel tady nějaký chytrý člověk sem a sepsal tady tento sáhodlouhý dokument o tom, jak to udělat a rozpoutal o tom diskuzi, všichni se jako tak nějak domluvili, který problémy s tím řešit, který třeba nechat na potom, který a tak podobně. A až tahle diskuze tak nějak pominula, všichni nebo většina lidí zastává ten názor, že by to jako bylo dobrý udělat, tak se tady změnil stav, jakože teďka jako, jo, jdeme do toho a začne se to nějak implementovat. Jo, znamená, přijde spousta lidí a začne psát to, co je tady napsané, zjišťovat, jaký další problémy s tím jsou a podobně. No. Takže to byl ten první repozitář kolem tohohle projektu, jako první nejhlavnější. A ten druhý, ten asi jako důležitější, je samotný interpret toho jazyka. Můžete si všimnout, že ono se to nemenuje Python, ale Python. Jo? To není překlep. To je proto, že ten interpret jazyka je napsaný v C. Když se tady podívám dole, nevím, jak moc je to vidět, tak ze třetiny je ten Python, co používáte, napsaný v jazyce C. Z 2/3 vlastně standardní knihovna je napsaná v Pythonu. No, takže toho C tam není tolik, pokud C neumíte, tak není problém se zapojit. Důležitý je znát ten Python. Tak, pojďme se podívat na to, co v tomhle repozitáři najdeme. Jsou tady nějaké větve, jedna větev pro každou verzi Pythonu, jsou tady nějaké tagy, jeden tag pro každou vydanou verzi. Takže kdybyste si někdy chtěli stáhnout Python přímo ze zdroje, tak tady z této stránky tady si můžete najít buď to vydanou verzi, nebo tu, která se teprve připravuje. Další, co tu máme, jsou hlášení o chybách. Kdo jste viděl jakýkoliv GitHubový projekt, tak většinou to tam má. Bohužel těch chyb je hodně. Aktuálně jich je víc než 5000, což je takový číslo, kde GitHub začne ukazovat to plusko a dál už radši nepočítá. Takže chyb je spousta, nebo chyb nebo návrhů na vylepšení je spousta a je jich samozřejmě víc, než je volného času lidí, co je potom řeší. Což je docela problém, když se člověk do toho projektu chce zapojit, tak většinou chce vyřešit nějaký svůj problém nebo aspoň navrhnout vyřešení toho svého problému. A nepříjemně často se stává, že to hlášení zapadne tady v těch tisících dalších problémů. Na což je mimochodem takové dobré řešení znát někoho, kdo se v tom projektu trošku vyzná a domluvit se s ním, jestli by náhodou nechtěl trošku to hlášení popostrčit. Jo? A to je důvod, proč já jsem tady a proč dělám tuhle přednášku, protože já jsem ten někdo, kdo se s váma může domluvit. zvlášť tady na té konferenci. Jsem tady proto, abych vám pomáhal s takovýma věcma. Takže jestli se chcete zapojit do Pythonu jako projektu, tak právě teď je ten nejlepší čas. Mimochodem, taková odbočka, tady ty hlášení o chybách jsou jedna z posledních věcí, co teďka přešly na GitHub před 2 lety, což není zas tak dávno. Předtím se používala takováhle stařičká stránka, která aspoň teda byla napsaná v Pythonu a pořád ještě ji někteří oplakávají, ale teď dneska je už všechno na GitHubu. No. S tím se váže to, že se snažíme řešit tak, aby jsme nebyli tolik vázaní na ten GitHub a v momentě, kdy GitHub přestane fungovat nějakým způsobem, tak aby se to všechno dalo vzít a přenést zase někam jinam. Ono v historii se takovýchhle přenosů už několik stalo, no, takže třeba vzít tady všechny ty hlášení o chybách, třeba všechny rozpracované změny a jít prostě o dům dál. Jde to. Je to složitý. Když už jsme u těch rozpracovaných změn, tak těch je trošičku míň, ale pořád ještě mnohem víc, než se dá nějak jako rozumně lidsky zpracovat. Jo, tady máme 1,5 tisíce pull requestů, to znamená konkrétních změn, který někdo do toho projektu navrhl a na který se teďka musí někdo podívat, zjistit, jestli ta změna k něčemu je, jestli nic nerozbíjí, jestli něčemu pomáhá. A nejhorší na tom je, že ten někdo, kdo se na to dívá, tak musí mít s tím projektem nějaké zkušenosti a musí mu ty ostatní věřit. A takových lidí je málo. No, takže další důvod, proč jsou na téhle přednášce, protože kdybyste se chtěli třeba zapojit a stát se jedním z tady těchto lidí, tak se za mnou stavte na stánku a probereme, jak strávíte dalších 5 let svého života. Tak, kdybyste si chtěli zkusit, jak na to, tak se můžete podívat na soubor readme v tomhle repozitáři, kde je tak trochu jako popsaný, co dělat. Nejdůležitější si myslím je tady odkaz na Developers Guide, kde je všechno popsané mnohem lépe. Jo? Takže pokud se chcete zapojit do CPythonu jako do projektu, tak si toto dejte do záložek a všechno, nebo víceméně všechno, co tady říkám, tak je tady popsaný. Jo? Já jsem tady jenom proto, abych vám řekl, kam se podívat. Začíná, nebo jedna z prvních kapitol je, jak si zkompilovat vlastní Python. Jo? Takže když si stáhnete ten zdrojový kód, to je tady nějakým git clone, tak si potřebujete nainstalovat závislosti, což je příliš složitý, takže to je tady za odkazem, aby to jako neodrazovalo lidi, ale dá se to udělat podle toho, jaký máte operační systém. No a pak zavoláte tady nějaký configure a make, nějaký příkazy, případně nějaký bat soubor a počkáte nějakou minutu nebo 2 nebo 10 podle toho, kolik máte jader na počítači a máte Python připravený k použití. A když něco potom změníte a pustíte to znova, tak můžete vyzkoušet, jak ta vaše změna funguje. Jo? A když zjistíte, že ta změna k něčemu je, tak můžete zkusit ji poslat k posouzení, jestli náhodou by nebylo dobrý jít do toho projektu zapojit. V takovém případě ale budete muset k té změně napsat testy, aby se to nerozbilo někdy v budoucnu. Budete k ní potřebovat napsat dokumentaci, aby lidi věděli, jak se to používá a že to tam vlastně je. A budete samozřejmě muset přesvědčit někoho, aby se na to podíval. Jo? Takže zase já. Jo? Bohužel toto není úplně jednoduchý, zvlášť pokud to děláte poprvé, takže doporučuji pořádně si přečíst tady tohle, nebo se zeptat někoho, kdo už to dělal. A vyhradit si na to nějaký čas. No, může to trvat týden, může to trvat měsíc. Není to jako, že si řeknete, jo, přidám tam nový argument této funkce a druhý den to bude hotový. A přece jenom změnit něco, co používá tolik lidí, hold trvá. Kdybyste nechtěli přímo měnit, ale jenom pomoct s tím začleňováním změn, tak máte možnost se dívat na ty hlášení o chybách, případně na ty pull requesty a dělat takzvaný triáž. Slyšel jste někdo slovo triáž v nějakém technickém kontextu? Spousta lidí, méně než předtím. Hlavně tam ti vzadu, kteří nejsou ti začátečníci zase, takže triáž je, že se někdo podívá na ty chyby, co prostě lidi hlásí a snaží se je nějak zpracovat, nějak katalogizovat, zjistit, co je s tím hlášením potřeba udělat jako další krok. Jo, to je asi to hlavní. Je potřeba, aby někdo vyzkoušel, jestli ta chyba opravdu nastala, nebo opravdu nastává, nebo na jakých operačních systémech se projevuje, jestli není nějaký jednoduchý způsob, jak se té chyby zbavit, jako třeba nějaká jiná funkce a podobně. Jestli by nebylo lepší nějakou novou funkcionalitu nedávat přímo do Pythonu, ale mít to jako knihovnu na PyPI. V případě pull requestu je třeba se podívat, jestli tam jsou testy, jestli ty testy opravdu fungují, jestli dělají to, co mají. Jestli je tam dokumentace, jestli je u toho nějaká poznámka o tom, co to vlastně dělá a podobně, prostě, aby to prostě splňovalo všechny ty náležitosti. A čím víc se do tohohle zapojí lidi jako vy, tím víc času potom budou mít ti lidi, kteří mají to právo zmáčknout to zelené tlačítko a zameržovat to. Jo? Jaká z toho plyne výhoda pro vás, že tohle budete dělat? To je diskutabilní. Dobrý pocit, to je asi to hlavní. Pomůžete Pythonu a kdybyste se chtěli zapojovat víc, tak tohle je první krok, jak to udělat. Jo? V podstatě jsou dva způsoby, jak se do toho projektu oficiálně zapojit. První je začít tady s tím triážováním, druhý je navrhnout nějakou super velkou změnu, kterou každý chce. Jo, a tady Russell, který přišel s tím, že to rozchodil pro iPhony a jeho kolega pro Androidy, tak jako nebudeme nutit, aby 2 roky tam někde triážoval issues, když může rozchodit Python na iOS. Jo? Ale on si zase prošel tu svojí vlastní cestou, takže jako zase to není takový jednoduchý. Jo? Takže tohle je takový první krok, jako ukázat, že tomu projektu opravdu rozumíte a samozřejmě se naučit o tom projektu, protože pravděpodobně těm vnitřnostem zatím za stolik nerozumíte. No, když si tímto projdete, dostanete oficiální roli triážisty, tím se vám otevřou dveře, dostanete přístup do tajných komunikačních kanálů, kde se můžeme bavit neveřejně, protože jo, tady když něco řeknu, on je to nahraný, tak každý to může vzít v nějakým špatným kontextu, což není úplně nejlepší na diskuze. No, takže snažíme se všechno říkat veřejně, ale než zjistíme, co vlastně jako říct, tak jsou i nějaký internější komunikační kanály, který jako oficiální triážista se vám otevřou. No a když budete pokračovat, tak se můžete stát takzvaným core developerem, což je ten člověk, který má právo začleňovat změny. No, těch je spousta. Je nějaká tabulka se seznamem, ale spousta z nich není aktivních a spousta z nich nemá tolik času na Python, takže na full time jsou to jako desítky lidí. A většina z těch lidí, co jsou na full time, tak dělají nějaké konkrétní změny, jako zrychlování Pythonu v Microsoftu nebo oddělávání toho GILu toho se chopil Facebook, teda Meta, nebo jak se jmenuje teďka. Jo. Takže na tuhle tabulku se časem taky můžete dostat, když budete chtít pomoct tomu projektu. Tak, hele, už mi dochází čas, takže to asi jenom tak shrnu. Python je softwarový projekt, který jako každý softwarový projekt kolem sebe má nějaký tým lidí, kteří se tomu věnují, kteří do toho projektu můžou přispívat. A kdybyste náhodou chtěli, tak jsou vám dveře otevřené a můžete se přidat taky. Kdybyste o tom uvažovali, tak doporučuji přijít za mnou. Mám tady takový malý stánek. Kdybyste měli jakoukoliv otázku, tak vám ji rád odpovím, od toho tady jsem. Kdybyste měli nějaký problém s Pythonem, tak vám řeknu, jak ho nejlépe vyřešit. Případně, že ho nejlépe neřešit vůbec. To se taky stává. Tak jo, máte někdo otázku teď?
Máme aj nejaké otázky na slajdo, takže môžem ich prečítať. Ako si sa dostal na pozíciu full-time developera?
Jo, jak jsem se já dostal na pozici full-time developera? No já jsem začal, tak jak jsem říkal, tady tím triážováním, takže nějak jsem se nadchl z nějakého důvodu, nevím přesně proč. Chtěl jsem tomu jazyku pomoct, tak zrovna jsem studoval na škole a měl jsem spoustu času, tak jsem si říkal, to by bylo jako fajn přidat se do tohohle projektu, takže jsem začal pomáhat, jak jsem mohl, a časem jsem se vypracoval k tomu, že mi lidi začali věřit, takže si všimli, že jsem tomu začal nějak rozumět a dával jsem do toho víc a víc volného času a nakonec teda potom jsem teda nastoupil do práce, kde jako jeden z benefitů jsem si vyjednal to, že můžu přispívat do toho Pythonu. Dělal jsem v Red Hatu, co je tady pár lidí, pár bývalých kolegů, kteří to mají podobně. Takže jestli vás to baví přispívat takhle do open source, tak je spousta, nebo jsou firmy, které vám to umožní. Takže to bylo fajn. No a když se otevřela pozice přímo pro Python Software Foundation, tak jsem se slzou v oku opustil svůj skvělý tým a přešel jsem na tuhle pozici.
Máme tu otázku, ktorá možno trochu nadväzuje na to, čo si už aj ty rozprával s tým Red Hatom, ako si bol, ale teda, že kto sú Cordeus, kdy to tí ľudia delají, dostávajú na to alokovaný čas v práci, teda keď si už spomínal ten Facebook, alebo aj pred chvíľkou ten Red Hat, alebo či to robí niekto aj čisto iba dobrovoľnícky.
Tak, kdo jsou Cordeus, to jsou tady tihle lidi. Spousta z nich to dělá dobrovolně, je jich spousta, kteří na tom obrázku nejsou a kteří už nejsou aktivní. Spousta z nich to nedělá na full time, dělá to třeba, já nevím, pár hodin měsíčně nebo podobně. Důležitý pro to, abyste se stali tady tím core dev, tak je, aby vám ti ostatní věřili, že budete tomu jazyku pomáhat. No, takže důležitý je získat, nebo důležitý je, aby prostě vám ti ostatní věřili. Kolik času tomu potom budete dávat nebo podobně, si to děláte dobrovolnicky nebo pro nějakou firmu, to už má potom každý individuálně. Jo? Pro ty firmy je to fajn samozřejmě, když mají zaměstnance, který umí ohnout ten jazyk způsobem, který je potom podporovaný. Jo, jako spousta třeba bank nebo i ten Facebook a podobně, tak mají vlastní fork Pythonu, to znamená mají vlastní verzi, ve které si vyvíjejí nějaké vylepšení, co potřebujou. Ale tam je zase problém, že když vyjde nová verze toho oficiálního Pythonu, tak musí změny začlenit do toho svého forku a to není vždycky úplně jednoduchý. Jo, takže je i výhodný pro firmy, aby nějakým způsobem mohli ten jazyk ovlivnit. No, samozřejmě je potřeba do toho Pythonu dávat jenom to, co pomůže všem nebo většině uživatelů, takže tyhle forky vždycky budou a jako budou potřeba, ale to, co pomůže i ostatním, to je dobrý dát takhle oficiálně. To jsem udělal nějakou odbočku, že? Dostávají na to alokovaný čas v práci. Ano, zmiňoval jsem Facebook, jo, ty teďka mají prostě tým lidí, kteří se starají o to dělání GILu a jsou kruce tomu Samovi, který to navrhl. Dělá to někdo čistě dobrovolnicky, jasně. Možná na to potom nemá tolik času, ale samozřejmě to jde dělat i čistě dobrovolnicky.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne Petrovi. Máme tu ešte jednu otázku, ale vzhľadom na to, že už sme teraz vyčerpali čas, tak ten, kto ju položil, môže prísť do stánku a verím tomu, že budete mať plodnú diskusiu. A teda ešte raz ďakujem Petrovi za prednášku.
Díky.
Here is Eli Holderness. Eli has been in tech since beginning, being released back into the wild from studying math at the university 7 years ago. They've spent their time working in industries ranging from telecoms to biotech to analog circuit design, continually getting nerd-snipped along the way. These days, they are a freelancer who speaks at the conferences, run workshops, and learns whatever they want. In their spare time, they like to play video games, knit and sew, and hang out with their cat. Eli will be talking about pointers in Python. It's more likely than you think. So please welcome Eli.
It's okay. Just making sure I'm going to be loud enough for you all.
Can you try?
Hello. Hello. I hope you've all been having a wonderful time so far today here at Pycon Slovakia. I'm honoured to be here and honoured to have so many of you here today to listen to me talk about memory management. So yeah, that is the topic of today's talk. I'm going to go through, it's like 3 main sections, and it's going to be a whistle-stop tour of how Python manages objects in memory. So first, I'll talk about what pointers are, a kind of abstraction that I'm going to use in this talk. I'm not using them in exactly the same way that what C has as pointers or C++, but you know, I'm going to talk about what I mean when I say pointers. I'm going to talk about what the ID of a Python object is and why it matters, where you'll see this come up in your code. And finally, I'm going to talk about how CPython, in particular, knows when you are done with a given object in memory and how it gets rid of it. So, what is a pointer? Well, it's something of an abstract concept, so I'll give you an example. Here's me. Here's a pointer to me. I have a name. My name is Eli. I'm also, God help me, on Twitter, and you can find me there. I'm also on Discord, and I have a Discord username too. There are lots of other ways that you might choose to refer to me as an individual. And pointers in Python are a bit like this. One example of pointers is when you name your variables. Variables are entries in the namespace, and I'll talk more about what the namespace actually is. And they point at objects in memory. So if you have an object, and you've got a name for it, my class instance, and then you have the actual object that lives in memory. And what I'm calling a pointer is that connection between those two things. The fact that you can use that name to access that object in memory. So, some concrete examples. This is what I mean by the namespace, and this is actually a well-defined term and not one I made up for this talk. Let's say we've got 2 variables, and we're just running a Python interpreter here. You can see if something is in the namespace using the globals built in. So if you call this built-in, it'll print you out a big, long dictionary of all the things that are in the global namespace. And you can see, in particular here, that the variables we just defined are in that dictionary. They are in the namespace. And we'll use this later when we're talking about removing objects from memory. One example that I'm going to be using quite a lot through these talks is lists. And lists are interesting because they are Python objects that also contain pointers to other Python objects. So if we have a list called A, and it has 2 elements in it, one of them is a string, and one of them is a number, the string and the number are their own objects, and the list is also an object that contains pointers to them. And this makes it very nice for illustrating lots of examples of how Python handles objects in memory. So, the first thing I want to talk about is pointer aliasing. Has anyone come across this term before? Please tell me, by the way, if I'm speaking too fast. I tend to speak very fast, and I'm aware that English is my first language. I'm aware that for many of you it will not be. So pointer aliasing is a behavior that you can see, it's a confusing behavior that Python exhibits. And when I give you an example, you might recognize it. Let's start with a list A, and it has 3 elements in it, my cool list as strings. We define it, we print it out, all is well. Now, let's say I want to have another version of this list. Well, I could just say, well, let B be equal to A. But I want B to be my awesome list, not my cool list, right? And so we do that, we change the second element of it. Does anyone want to guess what's happened to A? Anyone know this? It's also been changed. Even though at no point did we say change A. directly. We did it implicitly. And this can be confusing, especially to people who are new to Python, because they say, well, I didn't change A. Why has A changed? And this is because A, the list, is an object in memory. And when we said B is equal to A, we made a new pointer to that same object. So when we're accessing B, we're manipulating the same memory, the same Python object, as A. So when we look at A, the underlying Python object has also changed. Now, if we don't want this behavior, if we wanted truly to have another copy of a list, we can do that because lists have a copy method on them. So if I wanted to actually have another list and change it without changing the original, I can do this. I say C is a copy of A, and then when I do the same thing, I change C to be my amazing list. We can see that A has not been changed by that. It's still like it was before. And this is great because it means that, you know, you can make a copy of your list and mess around with that without changing the original. And this is wonderful. However, what if you had pointers within your pointers? What if you had a list of lists? So here we can see I've now defined a new thing, A, and A is a list, and its first element is another list, and I've just added a number in afterwards just to make it extra clear that there's an outer list and an inner list. We don't need to use that number. So we're going to do the same thing again. We're going to say, OK, I would like to make a copy of this so that I can mess around with it without changing the original. So I do exactly the same thing. I use the copy method. And then I say, I'd like to amend that inner list. I'd like to add Charlie to our list of names. And so I do that. And I've changed B. And we used the copy method, right? So we shouldn't be messing with our original list, A. Does anyone want to guess what happens here? It is also changed. We have also changed A. And this is because the copy method copies the outer object, makes a copy of that, but anything that's inside, it still points at the same thing. So what we did was we copied the outer list, but the pointer that was inside that list that pointed to another list, it's still pointing to that inner list. And there are some diagrams that should make this a bit clearer in a moment. What if I did want to make a copy of my lists within a list and maybe more lists inside that? What if it was pointers all the way down and I want to make an entirely new structure? Well, we can do that. Python has a built-in method, built-in the copy library, deep copy. And what you do is you call this, it's not a method on a thing, you have to call it itself. It's, so the syntax looks like this. And you say, okay, we take our original A and we make a deep copy of it. And then when we do the same thing again, we want to amend the inner list that's like one layer down. We can do that and it doesn't change the original. Everyone with me so far? Cool. So diagrams make everything easier to understand. When you do equals, you're simply making a new pointer to the same object. On the left here, you've got A pointing at the list object, and then the list object pointing at the things that it contained, its elements. And then when we set B is equal to A, all we're doing is we're adding a new arrow here, a new pointer. But the actual object is the same thing. If we do copy, like the list copy method, we make this is all new. We've made a new pointer to a new object, but the pointers within that new object still point at the originals one layer down. And that's why when we had a list within a list, we used the copy method, and we changed something, it was still reflected here. It was still pointed at through this object. What deep copy does is it makes a copy of everything, an entirely new set of objects. So there's no connection between what B is and what A is, what they're pointing at. So now, if I do a deep copy, I can do whatever I like to this, and it will never be reflected in anything that I can access through the A name. So that's the difference between all of these three ways of introducing variables into your namespace. Depending on what you want to do, you might want some level of pointer aliasing, but maybe you're working in a very memory-constrained space and you don't have space to have lots of copies of something floating around. But in general, this is pretty useful because it means you can make an entirely new copy of something and you won't be confused by pointer aliasing. Now, in the abstract, I promised you some tuples behaving badly. This is an example of Python doing something unexpected. Does anyone know the example that I'm about to send? I can see some people, I can see some people sort of smiling. Okay, so, right, a tuple is an immutable Python object. That means that once it's defined, it cannot be changed, right? That means that whatever you put in, let's say, the first element of a tuple, that pointer has to point to the same Python object. That pointer cannot be changed. It cannot be changed to point to anything else. But what if the thing that it's pointing at changes itself? What if the thing it's pointing at is a mutable object that can change? This is what that looks like. We have A here, and it is a tuple, you can see, because it's got the round brackets. And inside the tuple, we have a list, which is mutable, and a number, which isn't, an integer, which isn't. And we can look at that first object that's a list by saying A0, just the same syntax as we do for lists. And with lists, we have things like the append method, which we can use to mutate the list in place. So if we want to make our list longer, we can do that, no problem. The list has just been put in place, changed in place. Another way, another syntax for doing the same operation to a list is to do this, right? You say, okay, I've got my list, that's A0, and now I want to add 5 to the end of it. This is a syntax for doing the same operation. Except when we try it with this, we get an error because it says we've tried to assign to the first element of the tuple. And this is fairly expected, right? Like this has got an equals in it. We can't do assignments to this thing because we can't assign to objects in a variable, in a tuple after they've been constructed. So far, so reasonable, except when I print out this thing, it does have the 5 in it, even though Python said we had an error. Python's like, I'm not going to do it, but I did it, but you can't do that. So what's happened here? Well, it's to do with this operator, the plus and the equals. What this operator does is it adds the object to the list, and then it reassigns that A0 to the list. With a list with a mutable type doesn't actually do anything. You know, it's assigning the list back to itself. But it still trips up the error handle. Like it still says you can't do that because you're assigning to an element of a tuple. The reason that this operator is useful is when you're using it with types that are not mutable. So if I was going to do this with a string, so like my string, and then I do plus equals is cool, you'd have to make an entirely new string object to put that new string into because strings aren't mutable. So that's the case where this plus equals operator actually does something interesting and useful instead of just confusing. So if you're ever trying to mutate objects within a tuple, make sure you're doing it truly in a way that is mutating in place and not secretly doing an assignment as well, because you can't assign to things in a tuple. Tuples behaving badly. Has anyone run into something like this in production? Has anyone ever seen this kind of bug before in the wild? It's mostly like a sort of toy example that people give exactly to illustrate how Python does memory management. But as far as I know, this is still absolutely true in Python 3.12. So, right. If we come back to this paradigm that we have, right, this situation where we've got an element, we've got an object A, let's say it's a list and it points at some other things, and we have another variable name that's also pointing at the same thing. This can be confusing. That's what pointer aliasing is. How can we know if this is the case? If all I know is that I've got A and I've got B, how can I know if they're actually pointing at the same thing or if they just look the same? This is where object IDs come in. Object IDs. Now Python, every implementation of Python has to have an ID built-in function. You can call this on an object. And what it does is it returns you a number. That number is unique for that object in memory. It doesn't change. For that same object in memory, as long as that object exists, you can call this function, you'll get the same number for the lifetime of that object. We'll come back to lifetimes later in the talk. And there are lots of different ways of implementing this. Lots of Python implementations use the object's address in memory. Because if we go back, where an object lives in memory, well, it's unique. Two things can't live in the same place. It is constant, because as soon as you move the thing, it becomes another object. And it will be true, that will be true as long as X is in memory. So the address in memory makes perfect sense as a way to give your objects identities, IDs. However, this is what CPython does. Not every language can do this, because not every language is implemented in a way that gives it access to memory addresses. For example, Sculpt, which is a JavaScript, a Python to JavaScript transpiler, can't do this because JavaScript, the Java virtual machine, does not have access to memory addresses. So instead, what it does is when you call the ID function on an object, it generates a number. Like, I think it actually might just count up sequentially, assigns it to that object, and then that object has that ID for the rest of its lifetime. But it's arbitrary. It's just used for the places that you would need to use ID. So where do we use ID? Well, we can look at the IDs of some object. If we go back and we make a list, we can call this. And this is in CPython. You can tell this because of the sort of specific way that this might look more familiar to any C programmers if it was in hexadecimal. This is just an address in memory. And if we do the thing we've done before, and we say B is equal to A, and we look at the IDs of each of these, we can see they're the same. They're the same object in memory because they live at the same place. They have the same ID. And if we do the thing we've done before and say C is a copy of A, using that list copy method, they're different now. That's a different object in memory because they have different IDs. When we do comparisons, in order to know if two objects are the same, this is where the is comparator is useful. If you do A is B, which will return true or false, that's exactly the same as saying, are their IDs the same number? That's what's happening under the hood. Is just syntactic sugar to let you do this comparison more naturally, more easily. So we can see this in action. We do our familiar setup where we've got A, a list, B, another pointer to that list, and C, a copy of that list. And if we look at what happens when we compare them, A is B, well, that's true. They have the same ID. They're pointers to the same object in memory. C doesn't have the same ID. It's false. But that's not the only way we have of comparing objects in Python. We also have the doubles equals operator. And if you call that on these objects, you'll see here that A is equal to C in some way. And this can be really confusing. You might think that these things are doing the same thing, but they're not. So what is that doubles equals actually doing? It's using a magic method under the hood. That's what it calls into. That's what it relies on. So what is this magic method? Underscore, underscore, equals, underscore, underscore. You'll be probably familiar with some magic methods in Python already. We've got double underscore str, which defines how the string, the str built in, interacts with an object. We've got del, which we'll come back to later when we're talking about garbage collection and removing objects from memory. And of course, init. Equals is just another magic method. What it does is when you define this magic method on the class, it defines how that doubles equals comparator interacts with instances of that class. This is just a bit of code that we can mess around with. So we could write a class like this. I've defined a new class object, and I've defined this magic method on it. And I've just said, look, fall back to the ID-based comparison. Are they actually the same object in memory? And it will return true or false, exactly as if you just used is instead of double equals. This is the default implementation for any user-defined class in Python. This is exactly the same as if I had not defined this method. That's just what Python does by default. And that's fine and reasonable, but we can play around with it a little bit. We could say, okay, what if I have a class where it has an attribute, it has a name that we'll use to tell instances apart. But when I compare it to another instance of the same class, I want you to always return true, right? If you've played around with magic methods in Python, you know that this can lead to some funny behavior. And the funny behavior in this case is that let's make two instances of that class, call them A and B. We give them names. And you can see that they have an attribute that's not the same. A's name is not the same as B's name. But they are equal, apparently, because that's what we defined that magic method to do, just always return true. This is obviously not very sensible. There aren't many situations where you'd want to do this. So what if we went the other way? What if we said, okay, I'm going to define a class, and it never returns true. No matter what you compare it to, it's different than everything in the world. It's even different than itself. Because that's what it's doing. That's all that thing is doing, is it's calling into this method and saying return false. And that's that false that you're getting there. So playing around with magic methods, fun, potentially dangerous, potentially very confusing. Now, ID, the object's ID, I mentioned that it's the same for the lifetime of an object. And what that means is the amount of time that that object lives in memory, the amount of time that that object is accessible and is stored in the memory that the Python interpreter has access to. And when you get rid of an object, when an object's lifetime comes to an end, Python must free that memory, must tell the interpreter, okay, the interpreter says, okay, I can rewrite to this memory, I can write over it with something new. And Python knows that it needs to be that it can do this in two ways. The first is with reference counting, which we'll go through, and the second is garbage collection, which we will also go through. So, reference counting is the first easier to understand method of knowing when Python is able to say we don't need that object anymore, we can get rid of it, we can write over it. So for each object, Python will keep track of how many pointers point at that object, how many of those little arrows lead to that object. If there are no arrows pointing to that object, then there's no way to access it, there's no way to manipulate that memory, there's no way to use that object. It's useless, so Python can get rid of it. Its reference count falls to 0, and Python says, okay, we can write over that object. And we're going to meet another magic method that I mentioned earlier that's going to let us have a little bit of visibility into this process. So this is another magic method that you can define on a class. And it is called when an object is about to be removed from memory. It's called a finalizer. It doesn't actually handle the removing of the object from memory. Python does that for you. But this lets you do things like maybe you opened a file as part of creating this object and you want to close that file out. Maybe there's some other kinds of cleanup that you want to do when this object is being removed from memory. And that's what this is for. We're not going to do any of that. We're just going to make it print something. So we've come back to a class that has a name so that we can tell instances apart. And when it's about to be removed from memory, we'd like to know this. We'd like to see this. So we've just said, hey, please print something and tell me that you're deleting this object. Now, if we actually make an instance of this class, we've got Dave here, and then we've deleted him. And we can see that Python has printed out for us, it's deleting him. So we're going to use this example to have a bit of visibility into this process. Now, if I've made Alice, that's an object in memory, and I've made another pointer to Alice by doing b equals a. That same thing again, except also Alice equals Alice. And now if I delete the first name, Python doesn't print anything out. I'll have to delete the second name too. That second entry in the namespace also had a pointer to this object. But once I do, Alice can be removed from memory because at this point, here's Alice and she has a reference count of 1. Now, by assigning a second name at this object in memory, has a reference count of 2, back to 1, now it's at 0, and she's gone. With me so far? Cool. This is when it gets interesting. So, let's make, we come back to the idea of is something in the namespace, sorry. We're looking at the namespace here by calling that globals. And we can see that our class definition, because defining class definitions are also objects in Python, we can call this and it will instantiate an instance of this class for us. And one way to check if something is in the namespace is just by calling this, saying, okay, is this in globals? And it'll say true. And we'll use this to check when things are in the namespace or not. So let's make two instances of our named class. We've got Jane and we've got Bob. And these are just objects in Python, and we can arbitrarily give them attributes like friends. So let's make Jane and Bob be friends. And what we're doing here is we're making these two objects point at each other. And we can see that both Jane and Bob live in the namespace. Now, if we delete Jane and Bob, those two names, those entries in the namespace, they are not deleted. We don't get that print statement, right? Even though they're not in the namespace anymore. They're isolated from the namespace. But they still point at each other, so their reference counts aren't 0. But we can't access them from the namespace. We can't use them anymore. They're inaccessible to us, but they're still there taking up memory. So in diagrams, this is what happened. We've made these two objects, and you can see each of them has a reference count of 1, and we make them point at each other, these pink pointers here. And now each of them has a reference coin at 2. Jane points here, and Bob eventually also points at Jane. And then we delete them. But even though there are no connections from the namespace, these 2 pointers still exist. Their reference counts aren't 0, so reference counting on its own cannot know that these objects need to be deleted, even though they're useless to us now. Can't get at them anymore. So reference counting on its own isn't sufficient. You can still end up in this situation where you have objects clogging up your working memory that are useless to you. And this is where the garbage collector comes in. And here I start focusing specifically on CPython. I think not every implementation of Python even has a garbage collector, but don't quote me on that. CPython does, and we will be looking at it. What the garbage collector does is it's a process that's always running while you have a Python interpreter open. It detects these cyclic isolates. And what we made just now, it was a cycle of objects that pointed at each other, isolated from the namespace, and those are called cyclic isolates, and they're a problem. It detects them. It calls their finalizers, and if there's a del method implemented on those objects, it will call them, and then it will start breaking the cyclic references. It will start removing the pointers. It would remove the pointer from Bob to Jane and from Jane to Bob. At that point, each of those objects has a reference count of 0 because those references got removed, and reference counting can take over and clean them up. Now, there's a little asterisk here because at this point, the process can go wrong. But let's see it go right first. We can actually look at the garbage collector. It's a module in the standard library. Import GC. And the garbage collector doesn't track every object that Python includes. These are all tracked by like a string. It's tracked by reference counting because things can point at it, but a string can't then point at anything else. It can't contain pointers. It's not a container type. So it can never form part of a cyclic isolate, right? It would end there because a string can't point onwards. So the garbage collector doesn't need to care about strings. It only needs to care about objects that can point at other objects, like lists, right? This is tracked by the garbage collector. And so is any instance of a user-defined class, because we can define arbitrary attributes on them. They can always point at other things. So what the garbage collector does is every now and then, and you can trigger this manually, it will use an object's traversal method, and every object has this. A traversal method, what it does is it looks at everything that the object points to. And then it goes to every object that object points to and looks where they point. And in this way, it can build up a directed graph of all the objects in memory that could form part of a cyclic isolate. And if it ever gets back to where it started, it knows that that object is part of a cycle, right? So this is that traversal method. You've got a list, and you say, what does this list point at? And it points at these 2 objects. This is not the same list as this. This is just the output from that method containing the same objects. That's not particularly important, but it's just that's why it's transposed here, because this is not actually the same list. But it said, okay, this thing points at these 2 strings. So what we do again to illustrate this is we'll set up our cyclic isolate again. So this is just what we did before, got our named classes. We've given them some names, Jane and Bob, and some pointers from the namespace, also Jane and Bob. And then we've removed those pointers from the namespace, and we have a cyclic isolate. And we've imported the garbage collector, and we've manually triggered collection. And this is the point at which it goes, I found a cyclic isolate. I can break those references. Now the reference count falls to 0. We get our nice print statements. And this number at the end is 4, and that's the number of objects that it cleared out from memory. So each object also had a name, the string that was their name. So 2 objects, two things per named class object. So we've got 4 things to remove. Bingo, done, sorted. This is where it starts to get broken, because you can write your own del method to interfere with this process. And we are going to do that now. Here we have a bad class that also has a name, but I've written a del method for it. And instead of just printing, which we still do, I've said, okay, let's define a global variable, which is a great thing to do for fun if you'd like to break your programs. And I've said, okay, make a new entry from the namespace, from the global namespace, and set it to be equal to the object that I'm dealing with right now. If we go back to our example, and instead of using our named class, we use our bad class, and we set up a cyclic isolate for this, we call the garbage collector, and it gives us those print statements, but it doesn't delete anything from memory. And this is because before it can remove things from memory, it needs to call their finalizers. And what those finalizers did was they reached back out into the namespace and created a new pointer to that object in memory. Now that object is no longer isolated. And the garbage collector can know this, and it can say, okay, we've still got an object in memory, right? Because it's being pointed at from the global namespace. We've got a new name, person. And it turns out the person is Bob, and this is because Bob was the one that got deleted second. So the finalizer ran, that's why we got that print statement. But the other thing the finalizer did was set person equal to Bob. And so Bob still exists, that object in memory, and so does Jane, because Bob pointed at Jane, right? Here, we can see what we've done. We've got that cyclic isolate, but after Bob's finalizer ran, we also had this. And that stops, sorry. That variable stopped the garbage collection process because now we can access these, so they can't be garbage collected because they're no longer isolated. Even though Jane doesn't exist in the namespace and Bob doesn't exist in the namespace, person does, and it keeps those references alive. However, finalizers can only ever be run once per object, and the garbage collector keeps track of this. The person object, which is Bob, used to be called Bob, has had its finalizer run, and you can check this. And if we call garbage collect again, we have to delete that pointer from the namespace, and we run the garbage collector again. It cleans up those objects, and it does not run their finalizers again. So we don't get those print statements, but we do see that the objects were collected from memory and deleted. And this finalizers can only be run once to prevent exactly this kind of abuse, essentially. However, you can still get around it if you define a new object that's never had its finalizer called. So this you could never fully delete. Once you've instantiated an instance of this class, you will always have an instance of this class in memory, because every time you try and delete it, it'll make a new one. Don't do this either. Yeah, fun with finalizers. This breaks garbage collection. Don't do it. Right, we are now at the end of this whistle-stop tour. I'm aware I've run a couple minutes over. I'm sorry for that. But we have learned what pointers are and where you'll find them. We've learned why is and double equals are different, why you might want to use them in different scenarios. And we've talked about removing objects from memory and how you can mess around with it. Thank you so much for your time and attention. That link there will take you to a feedback form where you can leave me just anonymous feedback. So please do. I always love to hear how I've done and if I can make things better. I hope you've learned something. I hope you had fun, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your time here at Pycon Slovakia. Any questions, or do we want to all go and get coffee?
Yes, we have a few questions. So, what is the difference between pointer aliasing versus pass by value, pass by reference concept we know from other programming languages such as Java? What does it make unique?
So, as I understand it, in Python, you are always passing by reference because we never actually work with the objects in memory. My background is I did a bit of C programming before coming to Python, and so this would be the difference between like you've passed in like an ampersand thing versus the star, the asterisk. Good question. I don't know if I can answer. I don't know enough about passing by value and passing by reference in other languages to make a good comparison. I think in order to answer that question, you'd have to really go and understand what each of those languages were doing in terms of how they handled memory. But my first instinct is to say Python is always passing by reference because you're always just passing around variable names.
Is garbage collector included in the standard libraries, or we have to install it?
CPython, it is included in the standard library. I think it is part of the Python, reference, the Python standards. So in theory, all implementations should include it, but I'm not sure if that's actually true. Not every implementation of Python follows the standards. But no, CPython, which almost everybody will be using almost all of the time, has it included. No installation required. That's vanilla Python.
I like pythontutor.com. It visualizes these things. Do you know similar tools?
I have never used pythontutor.com. Does it? What is the person who asked this? What does PythonTutor do for you?
It's interactive debugger on the web.
Oh.
Step by step run short Python code, and it will show you the arrows between objects.
Oh, that's cool. So an interactive debugger on the web that will show you visually these things. Oh, that sounds really cool. It also sounds like I probably should have used that instead of drawing boxes in Google Slides. It's a bit stale and old. Okay. I don't know of anything similar. I have used things like GDB to debug, but mostly what I did was I read the C definitions of a lot of these things to understand it. Right. Are init and del methods something like constructors and destructors in C++? So the del method doesn't actually deal with the removal of the object from memory. It's just something like you can not define it at all. But I think so. I don't actually know what the destructor does in C++. I'm sorry. I would say go and sort of look at actually what C++ is doing under the hood when it calls these things, and compare.
The questions keep coming. So okay.
What was the performance cost of the garbage collector? Was the previous one?
Yes, I accidentally.
Yep. Depends on your use case. If you're creating a lot of objects and have a lot of potential for cyclic isolates to arise, then it will probably have a higher performance cost, but you might have a higher performance cost to turn it off because you're clogging up your memory with lots of cyclic isolates. If you're in a scenario where you can somehow be sure that you'll never create cyclic isolates, in theory, you could safely turn it off. Yeah, I know that there are performance enhancements that are baked into the garbage collector that you can configure. So it has this concept of generations of objects. So once an object has been looked at by the garbage collector once, it moves up a generation. And there are different ways that you can use this to make the garbage collector behave differently. There's also a thing you can do called gc.freeze, which says everything that's currently in memory, never get rid of that. I want to keep that forever until the Python interpreter dies. I don't know when you'd want to use that, but you can do it.
So when does the garbage collector run if we are not manually calling it?
It depends. After a certain threshold of items created and destroyed, I believe. This is one of those things where the whole generations thing comes into play, and there are certain certain thresholds for the generation that's never been looked at by the garbage collector. That is configurable in Python if you want. So if you don't want to turn off the garbage collector, but you want it to run only much more infrequently than it would normally, you can do that too.
I think we ran out of the time, but if
these are great questions, thank you.
If you want, we can have a minute or two more. We have now
I'm happy
is
to
15
stay as
minutes
long
break,
as
if you want to answer the questions, and we can be a bit longer, if you don't mind.
Is it possible to have a memory leak in a Python app without using the global keyword? In CPython, you can call directly into the C API. So yes, basically. If you really want to break things in Python, you usually can. There's that whole thing about it's a language for grown-ups, and there are guardrails, but if you want to break the rules, you can. So I think that is certainly possible, even if I don't know how to do it right now. I think it will probably take me about 5 minutes to find out. So, yes. And I would say that the example I showed at the end is not so much a memory leak. Well, it would be a memory leak for each object that you instantiated. And the object on its own, if you just instantiated one, that memory leak is not going to grow larger. You'd have to instantiate another new object, essentially. Yeah.
So why does the garbage collector explicitly call del method instead of just breaking up the pointers and wait for auto trigger by reference counter?
Because in some scenarios, you might want to make a new global. You might want to say, actually, if this is part of a cyclic isolate, something's gone very wrong and I want to keep the object alive so I can debug. There might be reasons why you do want to intervene at that point where it's about to break up a cyclic isolate, but it's called all their finalizers. That's why that is left in there. It's sort of to give you as a programmer the chance to say, hang on, no, I want to do something weird and special because my use case it requires it. Yeah.
And the last question is there a way to force garbage collector to drop everything user-defined?
You can. I'm not sure exactly what the status of it is. There was a bunch of stuff in some of the recent changelog for like maybe 3.12 that was to do with you can explicitly tell the garbage collector to untrack things. I don't know how you would do it as a blanket stop caring about user-defined classes. I don't know if you can turn that off as a behavior, but for given instances, given objects, you can tell the garbage collector to stop tracking it. Yeah, good question. I don't know why you'd want to, but clearly you're not working in a memory-constrained environment.
Okay, that's all. So thank you, Eli, for your talk. It was definitely very
Thank you so
interesting.
much for being a wonderful audience, and have a wonderful rest of your day.
So now we have a 12-minute break. You can return for the next talk that will be in English, and we have a lightning talks board outside. So if you want to do lightning talk, please sign up on the board, and they will be done at the end of the day in the other room.
Lightning talks are amazing. You should do them if you even slightly think you want to. Do it. They're great.
I hope you got your coffee during the coffee break. And now we are ready to have next talk. It will be by Daniel Ervas, and he is going to speak about one of the most difficult thing in programming, which is naming. So please give a warm welcome to Daniel.
Hello. All right. So yeah, hello everyone. Thanks for coming, and thanks to the organizer for inviting me. Today I'm going to be talking about naming, why it's important, and how to do it right. This is part of the beginner's track, so it's meant primarily for junior devs, people who are in university, people coming out of boot camps, you know, that kind of stuff. So experienced developers might not get as much out of this, so I'm not going to be revealing any big secrets or any deep tech. But it is nonetheless something important. And I think that even the more experienced of you might find some fun in you know, thinking a bit about the importance of naming, which I think it's something that it's widely agreed upon, that it's very important. This is probably the second time that you get to see this quote today. If you've attended Miroslav's talk at the beginning of the conference, this quote also appeared. So I guess that's testament enough to how important naming actually is. So let me first talk a bit about why naming is important, I guess, or why I wanted to speak about this concretely to more junior people. So naming in general, it's not a topic that's, you won't find many talks about naming, or it's not something that's explicitly called upon in many tech conferences or in any, not even in many books. So the type of code that you will usually see when you open you know, a programming textbook, like concretely algorithm ones and stuff like that. So academic type of code is usually written in a very particular kind of way, also because it's very abstract in nature. It's dealing with things that are not as concrete as what you will find in your day-to-day programming activities if you get a role as a software engineer. So although it's very important, it's not usually emphasized enough in my experience. At least that's what I found in junior devs. These days I do a lot of PR reviews. I pair program with junior developers, and one of the most common changes that I see that I have to make, or one of the things that newer devs have to get used to when they start working in real software dev projects, is getting naming properly. And this is partly because the code that you see right now on the presentation is usually more or less what you will find, or at least what I found when I was developing, when I was a student, or if you're a competitive programmer, you like competitive programmer, you like to do the leak code type of problems, you will usually find that this is more or less what you see. On the left, you see the trapping rainwater exercise, which is notoriously one of the trickier ones. And you'll notice that this is a type of code that it's kind of impossible to decipher if you don't know what you're talking about beforehand, or if you don't know what the algorithm is about before you read it. It's kind of hard, or maybe even impossible, to figure out what this is about. We'll go into the reasons why, but you can probably now see that you have L, for example, IH in enumerate, L brackets I. Like, no one can read that, really. You need to make a lot of mental effort to follow up with this. On the right, you have the bubble sort implementation, or at least one of them. And that one is, I guess, slightly better, because it does have some comments that help you follow through. We'll talk more about comments later. But this is also a type of programming, let's say, methodology that it's not as common in production code. You won't find large code blocks, usually, because hopefully you won't need to. So So what can we do to learn how to name things properly, or what things can you do to put proper names into your variables? There's not a bullet point list or a step-by-step guide I can give you, or no one can give you, on how to name things properly, which is one of the reasons why this is usually not talked about enough, because there's no magic recipe and there's no step-by-step guide on producing all the time consistently a perfect name. What I can show you is some patterns that usually appear or come up in bad names, or some things that you might want to avoid when you're giving names to things, so that you're attentive to it and that you can pay attention and see and recognize them in your code and hopefully improve a little bit. So the first one and the most important, if there's one thing that you take out of this talk, let it be this one. Avoid generic names. Things like var, data. This doesn't really mean anything. It's not saying anything. So when we write code, what we want to do is communicate with other human who is reading that code. You don't write code for yourself. And even if you do write code for yourself, you're not being kind to future you if you choose these kinds of names, okay? So, the point of naming your variables is that you are able to recognize and to immediately read the code that you're writing in the future, or other people are able to interpret it properly. No one can tell, like data, for example, is generally not a good name, because what isn't data? What type of, like, what entity doesn't fall under the huge umbrella that data opens? Same goes for like item or process for a function name. If you name a function process whatever, you're not really saying anything. You may be tricking yourself into thinking that, oh, my function does it, but really function in and of itself, it's a synonym to process. So your process function could be doing literally any type of mechanism, and you wouldn't know any better. Same goes for counters like I, J, X. Even if you're counting something very simple, it's usually good to be kind to the people who read the code and give meaningful names to those things or to that counter that you're carrying. So whenever possible, and it might not always be possible depending on how abstract the nature of your code is, but whenever possible, if you're naming a variable, try to use a concrete noun. So what are you talking about concretely? Like a car, a dog, whatever. It could be anything, but it needs to be, try to use a noun, try to use an entity, a concrete entity to assign to that variable. For function names, try to use an action verb that means something, or that at least narrows down the scope of what your function is actually doing. So for example, render, post, get. If I see throw, I know that you're probably meaning something like an exception or something of the sort. If I see post, I know that you probably mean that you're making a REST call, a post to an API. So those are more concrete names that help you kind of explain better what your function is doing. Another thing that I want to mention is be specific. When you use variable names, don't think about how long those names are. I mean, up to a point, but generally, the longer, like you shouldn't be thinking about how long your name is. You need to think about how concrete and precise your name is. So if you see the first example, for I in range 131 process data, you wouldn't be able, like nobody would be able to tell me what that is doing. It's completely impossible. It could be doing literally anything. So that's pretty bad. So I'm going to take this very dumb and kind of business logic extent example, and I'm going to carry it over a few slides so you see how we can make improvements upon it, and we can come up with something that you might be able to tell what it does by the end of the presentation. So the first change I want to make is, let's change the name process data to, and I made this up, but print average temperature per day. okay, that's a fairly long name and one that you might not be used to seeing if, again, you're doing competitive programming or you haven't found this type of thing before. But this is much better than before. I know now that you're printing something, probably to the console. And I know that, well, I have an average in there, which might be useful depending on the context. And I know that I'm apparently using per day, so I guess there's some sort of time range in there. We'll see later. So we've already made good improvements, but we can probably do more. Another thing that I want to mention is if you can name something, it's probably a good idea to do it. You can get to a point where it's not ergonomic anymore, and when you are naming more things that you really need to, but it's rare. So for example, if you're very sharp, you might have noticed in the slide before that 131 probably accounts for the days of the month. Now I know not every month has like 30 days, but bear with me. So in order to make that more explicit, which is the point of the Zen of Python, and this is, again, probably the second time this gets mentioned in this conference, if you've been to the previous talks. Explicit is better than implicit. So although you can probably implicitly infer that the range was referring to the days of the month, it was not explicitly mentioned anywhere. So having to make assumptions about code is what leads to like 90% of bugs. If you can make something explicit, generally do it. It's very in the spirit of Python and in general in the spirit of good programming. So for this, I've just taken the name for days and month, and I've replaced the variable for day, which is what we actually mean. So now that we've seen a little bit of how you can prolong your variable names and how you can, I guess, flesh them out, I want to take a look at this example from, I guess, the other side of the coin. So is it possible to write too much or to give unnecessary information? And it is. I think the clearest example of this you'll find at the bottom. So if you have something like a user class, and for every possible item you're prepending user, that's good, that's explicit, but you don't really need to do that. You're repeating yourself. And another one of the principles of programming that's quite good to follow is don't repeat yourself. So, so that's probably too much. Now, of course, this is, I guess, very blunt and very ham-fisted because our user class only has like 3 parameters and 3 are prepended. So this is like, very evident, but I guarantee you that you will find things, maybe not with classes, but with dictionaries and maybe JSON objects, where this type of thing happens, like constantly. So it's good to keep an eye on that. Apart from that, if we take our previous function and we use keyword parameters, which you should be using, and it's one of the things that I think is in general good practice. If you're writing a function, using a keyword parameter is probably or running your parameters as keywords is probably a good idea. The reason is that, again, it's explicit, and explicit is better than implicit. So in this case, however, I think you can argue whether this is too much, because if you read that function, the last 3 words there are day. So I think the concept is clear enough to where we don't need to repeat this 3 times. It's arguable. I think there's nothing inherently wrong, but in the case of this function being completely isolated and not having anything in its code that also does a similar thing where you might need to differentiate, you should probably use type hinting, or you can use type hinting for clarity, and you might be able to omit the per day suffix if you don't think it's strictly necessary, and the signature of the function is enough clarification for you to understand that. It's a bit more, it's slightly debatable, and I think here we enter in the in a kind of holy war type of topic, which is it good for languages to be typed, and how much should typing go into the language syntax? You can ask like the JavaScript / TypeScript community how they're handling that debate. I guess not the topic of this talk. In general, my point of view is that knowing the type of the variable is usually a good thing. If you can convey it through built-in language mechanisms, all the better. If you can't, for whatever reason, it's worth thinking about whether to include the shape or the type of the variable in the naming. I guess that I kind of leave it more up to discussion, but something to think about. Another type of unnecessary information that you might find, and this is more important, I think, and probably more common, is leaking implementation details in a way. Now, I think the clearest example I can give is the Python sort function. So when you're sorting, or when you call upon the sort function or sorted, you don't really care which underlying mechanism the sort function is using. It's just not something that you don't need to be concerned about the implementation details of this function to use it. So notice how they don't really make you call quick sort or sort underscore quick or anything like that. Sort is just fine for the purposes. And underneath the hood, Python, for its sorting function, might be using quicksort or bubble sort or whatever. We don't really care. So when you are writing your own code, take into account or think about at which point writing too much information might be leaking details about the implementation of your own code that the user doesn't really need to know, or the people who access your code doesn't really need to know about. That's unnecessary information that might, in cases, even be confusing. And what you see below is actually a real example. I saw this the other day. So as you see, the name that we have there in that function is AWS Elasticache Redis Endpoint. On paper, that's pretty good. It's a very precise name. It narrows down a lot the scope of the variable that we want to set. This is an environment variable, and so I guess following the rules that we've set before, this would definitely pass. This looks fine to me. It's very descriptive and very precise. However, it's also kind of wrong. In this concrete case, there is no need for this variable to actually be an AWS Elasticache endpoint. If you receive a list of environment variables and you're reading through some code, you receive the environment variables, and you see a gap for AWS Elasticache Redis endpoint, you would think, all right, I need to fill this variable here with an AWS Elasticache Redis endpoint. That is actually not the case in this piece of code that I'm showing here. So what's happening here is that some details about the implementation of the concrete code is being leaked. And by leaked, I mean it's unnecessary information and one that also causes confusion, because you don't really need this to be an AWS endpoint. So it's kind of misleading. In fact, sometimes it won't be. It might be a local variable. It might be in other, like, a cloud provider. It could be anything as long as it's a Redis URL, which is what we actually need. So although I really like this variable in principle, this falls under the umbrella of unnecessary implementation details, kind of bogging down the name. So I switched it to Redis URL, which is less precise because it's not as concrete, but it's also more accurate because it really explains what this actually needs. It needs any kind of Redis URL, could be anywhere. So this is another one of the places where you can find unnecessary information. So another thing that I want to mention is the topic of comments. Normally, I got taught when I was studying at university and when I was taught programming that commenting code is very good and you should do it. And that's true, but it's not necessarily always true. So good names and readable code, it's much preferable to commenting your code. So if you feel the need to explain your code through comments and not through code itself, you might be doing something wrong, or your names might not be as explicit as they should. Not always the case, but your mindset should be that you shouldn't need comments. You probably only want them for specific cases. And what we have here is actually a counterexample of this. So it's a case where you would actually need comments to understand what's happening. This is the infamous reverse square root function from Quake 3. I know it's not Python, but for the purposes of this talk, this will do. And this was very famous. It got very popular because of the obvious comment there. And it's 100% correct. It's impossible to know what this is if you don't have comments that explain it. Now, notice the function signature. Remember when I said that you probably should give your names concrete nouns if you are working with a variable? You should use a noun to, or the closest noun that you have to assign to that variable. So it's a cat, a dog. In this case, it's a number. So float number, it's pretty good. It's just so abstract and so convoluted in nature that it's impossible to know any better. Like this is, if you notice the comment evil floating point bit level hacking, like sure, I can see that, but that doesn't explain anything to me about what this is actually doing. So this is a good counterexample and one of the cases in which you might want to bring comments into your code when the abstract nature of what you're doing is such that it's impossible to tell by the names of it what it actually is. That's when you might include a comment block and say, this is this and this is that. Usually to be avoided, but this is a very good counterexample. I think, by the way, the bubble sort example I showed before is probably also a good case for this. Sorting algorithms are very abstract in nature. You are sorting things very generically. You could be sorting anything. So in that case, it's probably good to have some comments explaining because you won't be able to narrow down the scope of the workings of the algorithm without helping yourself with comments. Okay, so to finish, I want to show a kind of example of how good naming might help you write better code. This is not the most advanced example, and this is very blunt and very evident when you see it. But let's imagine that you want to print the average temperature and notify users for whatever reason. If your function has the original name that we saw before, like process items or process data, you probably wouldn't think too much of this. You would just add another parameter to your function, and that would be it. And what's happening here is that your function is now doing two completely different things, which probably don't have much to do with one another. And you're kind of breaking one of the good practices of programming, which is that functions, if possible, should do one thing and one thing only. When you name it properly, and when you can see that these two things have nothing to do with each other, it's pretty easy to see that these two concerns should be separated. And if we do so, we also get some bonuses on top of that, which is, like you see, we've kind of decoupled the payload of the notification. So in the first function, whatever is being sent to those user IDs is hidden from us. If you want to modify that someday, you will have to go into the code of that function and change it up manually. Whereas in the last example, you've decoupled the functionality from the parent function. You can call that function whatever, and you can send whatever you need. So it's not restricted to the scope of the parent function or what the parent function was initially. This also, if you want to visualize it in a more concrete way, if you try to write tests for the first function, you will find that you cannot really switch up your payloads, or that if you want to notify users for not the average temperature, but the average, I don't know, pressure, you'll have to write the exact same logic that you would have in the first function into the body of the second. Whereas now you've decoupled that, and you're able to call the same function twice with different parameters, which makes it both easier to test and more modular, so you won't repeat yourself. So I think that's almost all. There's just one extra thing I want to mention. I think the more advanced programmers in the room might have noticed kind of an elephant in the room maybe, which is that the print average temperature notify user function doesn't require anything about the temperature. So if you've been thinking about that, or if that has crossed your mind, you get a cookie. So that's entirely true. And this is one other of the things that good naming might help you with, which is making evident that it's possible that you might want to do some of the good old dependency injection here and pass the parameter or pass whatever you need to calculate the temperature into the function so that the function does it. Again, if you think about testing this, how would you test different types of temperatures? How would you test if the temperature is a string or an integer? You wouldn't really be able to. So that's one of the things that maybe, it of course depends a lot on what this actually is doing, which we don't know. But it's one of the things that you might want to also look out for, and one of the things that good naming might help you with. All right, so we've seen a lot of things. I know some of them might sound contradictory if you're very new, but if I want you to take something from this talk is basically that one, naming is hard. No one has solved it, and no one ever will, because it doesn't deal with concrete mathematical. It's not mathematical in nature. It's up for interpretation. It's semantics. So you cannot really finish or have a final, concrete, definitive solution to the perfect variable name. So if any day you open up a request and you see that someone thinks all of your names are wrong and they want to change them, don't get discouraged. Don't think that you're doing something wrong. It's probably very normal. It's a step that you kind of have to take, and it's a very different mindset from maybe the competitive programming type of mindset or of programming style. Whereas in competitive programming, you're encouraged to write short variable names to have your code ready as soon as possible, and you're never going to revisit that code again. The code that you need for production environments is much more reusable. Many people will have to read it. So it might take a bit to switch up that mindset. It did for me. So don't get discouraged if that happens. And yeah, if there's one thing that I think is good to know or good to take into account for naming is have your names be as long as they need. Don't use abbreviations unless strictly necessary. Explicit is better than implicit, so do all the naming that you can. Let it be as long as it needs to be, and think about the code that you're writing as if someone else was to read it, because they probably will have to. So yeah, I think that's all I had for today. Yep, hope you enjoyed it.
All right, so thanks, Daniel, for your talk. We have a question. So, what is your approach to changing variable names after your colleagues? Are you for it or are you against it?
Yeah, this is a very good question, and this is one of the reasons why naming is kind of contentious, or sometimes it might spark a bit of internal discussion in teams. People might not agree with you, and that's fine. That's something you kind of have to get used to when you work in software engineering teams. People won't think the same as you do. Many people think differently about different pieces of code. And in the end, sometimes you might not even have a consensus at the end of the day, and you will have to disagree and commit to whatever in the end is the best way to go, or a good enough way to go forward. So in general, I think this is something that leans into team dynamics, I guess. It depends on how your team operates, but it's something that I think it's worth bringing up in pull requests. And then you can discuss there, hopefully with the help of someone else, like a third party, who can also read both your suggestions and then pick. I would say in general, and not just for naming, but in general, don't get too attached to your own ideas. Being a programmer means being able to hold opinions, I guess, a bit loosely. It's good to be opinionated. It's good to have good reasons why you want to do things. Just don't attach your ego to it. Don't think that it's personal. And if you need to let something go, be prepared for it. So to answer the question briefly, I think I'm generally pro. If you have a good reason why you want to change the name of that some of your colleagues wrote, do it. Bring it up. Let them know. And that will hopefully spark a discussion within the team. And you should all be adults enough to handle the disagreements if they happen. Easier said than done, but that should be the goal.
All right, we have a few more questions. So what are your thoughts on the common practice of using the _df suffix when working with Pandas, PySpark data frames?
Good question. So I think it's probably good. So I'm not an expert, like I'm not an ML engineer or a data engineer, so I don't have like a good, like a very wide experience with this. But in my opinion, it probably is okay. As I mentioned before with suffixes, I'm usually pro being as explicit as you can, even if it means a bit of repetition, even if it means you're saying the same thing twice, or even if it might be too obvious. I think in general it's good practice to be as explicit as you can. And at first glance, it does seem to me that if you can explicitly note that you're referring to a data frame, you do it. So in general, it does seem to me like a good idea, but people who have more experience with this, more concrete experience with this than me, might disagree, and they probably have reasons for it. My knee-jerk reaction, probably okay.
Right. Any favorite case, like a camel snake from the readability perspective?
Not really. For Python, yes, definitely. For Python snake case, I think it's widely agreed upon to be the Pythonic way of writing names. But I don't have any strong opinions of this in a more general or broad sense. The JavaScript community seems to like camel case a lot. I don't really have a problem with that. I think that's fine. I don't think any of the two are more readable than the other. This is where consistency and readability, consistency within the same variable that you choose for, not only for your project, but the wider community comes into account. So when in Rome, do as the Romans. If you're writing Python, probably write snake case. If you're running another language where camel case is more prevalent, write camel case. Don't get too attached to any of the two ways. Yeah, no particular preference, but for Python, definitely snake case.
Okay, so what is the longest variable or function name that you encountered in the wild?
This is very good. I cannot show it. I cannot show it. I'll let you figure out why, but I cannot show it. There's one very funny one, though, which is in Java, which it's like a very, I don't know if I'll be able to find it, but it's like a huge name, which is like factory Java bean, and it takes up the entire screen. I don't know if you've seen it, but that one is pretty funny. And the funniest part is that it does make some kind of sense. If you know Java and you read the entire name, you can kind of figure out that the name means something. But it's probably, I don't know how many characters long. It's probably like 7 words stapled together, all having to do with like OOP concepts. So it's like, I don't know, observer, factory, Java bean, singleton, whatever. And I think it was part of the Java standard library too. So that one was pretty funny. But yeah, the real one, longest real one that I've seen, I'm afraid I cannot show that.
Okay, so what do you think about typing when assigning new variable inside functions? And there is an example.
I think it's probably fine. Like again, I'm pro being explicit with everything you do. So if you want to be as explicit as possible, I'm pro. Now I haven't seen this be very common. I haven't found this in many places. Normally that is because hopefully within the body of a function, you're not declaring enough variables or doing enough things where the type or the shape of the variable that you're assigning is wild enough, or it's like your mental stack when working with a variable hopefully won't be enough to the point where you'll have to type everything that you do into that function. If that is the case, it's possible that your function is doing too much. So I don't find this being as common, but I think it's fine. I think it's probably good. Being explicit is fine, and I don't think anyone would have gripes with explicitly typing whatever it is you're writing.
Okay, so
yeah, that was probably too optimistic of a comment. I do agree, but
yeah, we probably touched about this one, but maybe you want to say something. What about naming variables different weight based on from where they coming from? Camel case for a local scope, snake case for a variables fetched from database, popular in different languages.
Yeah, I've actually written a lot of code using that, actually that very same convention. I do like it. I think it makes things clear. And as long as those boundaries are well set, I think it's probably good. I've done that same thing myself. Yeah, probably good. If you've seen in the presentation, I wrote the days of month as all caps. It's one of the, I guess, unnamed conventions where your constants or things that won't usually change will be uppercase. That is one such thing where you're kind of breaking the rules in a way in order to make things more understandable. I think I'm not opposed to it. I think it's good. I've used that same methodology myself sometimes, and I don't see anything wrong with it. I think it's probably okay. Yeah, when people join the project or when other people are working on it, that should be in the README or something, or at least, I mean, hopefully people will be able to tell so that they don't break this convention when they write their own code, which is when things would start getting messy. So if this convention is bound to break, then you might have to just give in and not segregate your variable names. But if you have a cohesive enough workflow or team where you can keep this consistent, I think it's probably okay.
Okay, do you find inner functions improving readability at all? Should they be used if they are not necessary?
This is a very interesting question, which is probably too dependent on context to answer definitively. So I think it depends a lot on what your function is doing. My gut instinct is that if you do need to define inner functions, it's possible that you are doing too many things within your function, or that your function is way too complex, and you're probably, your function is probably way too complex and you're doing more than you should, which is why you feel the need to extrapolate a block outside of the main body of the function or of the main steps of the function. Now, sometimes it's impossible to avoid this complexity, and sometimes it's just what it is, and there might be good reasons for having inline, or sorry, not inline, inner body functions. I don't really have a definitive answer for this one. I think it'll depend on context, and it's not a thing where I'm brave enough to say never do it, because I've done it myself, and some things I kind of have sometimes I kind of have been able to justify it. So I don't really have an answer for this. I guess proceed with caution, but slightly discouraged, but and think about what you're doing deeply to see if you really need that inner function, but it's, I guess, not prohibited.
Okay, we have the last question, but we are out of the time, so if you can keep it really, really short so you can answer. So what are your thoughts about using emojis as variable names?
No.
So thank you, Daniel. Okay, we have a 5 minutes break. Next talk will be in English, right? Or Slovak? Okay, tak in next talk will be in Slovak language. So if you don't know Slovak, then the other room will have English language. And outside there is you can sign up for a lightning talk for today. So if you are thinking about something funny or interesting enough to let other people know, please sign up for the lightning talks, and we will have them in another room at the end of the day. So thank you. Toľku v tejto miestnosti pre dnešný deň. Dneska budeme počuť príbeh. Peter Steiner nám porozpráva príbeh o data engineeringu, takže poprosím vás, aby ste ho privítali.
Haló, haló. Dobre, takže ahojte. Ako teda bolo povedané, pripravil som si prezentáciu o takom príbehu zo života, ako sa z data inžiniera, ktorý pracuje v korporácii farmaceutickej, dokáže stať v podstate tvorca nejakého open source freelance projektu v úplne inej oblasti, ktorý získal stovky používateľov a ľudia si cez neho hľadajú bývanie. Takže dve také rozdielne veci a ako teda k tomu došlo. Takže o mne mám teda pasiu alebo záujem o data engineering a rád teda kodím v Pythone. Mám nejakých 5 rokov experience v tejto oblasti a pred 2 rokmi som začal pracovať vo firme Takeda ako datový inžinier a teda mal som šťastie, že som sa dostal do tímu, kde som narazil na veľmi nejakých experienced ľudí ohľadne v tejto oblasti, ktorí vlastne mali knowledge, ako teda správne kodovať, o kodovacích štandardoch a ako správne navrhovať datové pipeliny a ako pracovať s big datami, s veľkými datami. To je vlastne to, čo teraz robíme. A tam som sa vlastne tieto veci naučil, zdokonalil. A tiež som mal teda šťastie robiť s takým tech stackom, ktorý je veľmi inovatívny a ktorý teda mi umožnil a ma inšpiroval k vytvoreniu toho vlastného projektu. Takže tech stack, ktorý používame v Takede, vďaka ktorému teda ma napadlo robiť si niečo vlastné, je vlastne založený na AWS. Na spracovanie veľkých dát používame Spark a vlastne ako nejaký orchestrátor a scheduler používame Airflow. Tiež používame Pandas a klasické pythonovské frameworky. Z AWS používame S3, Yammer, Athenu a vlastne na nejaký multiprocessing používame Ray. Tiež používame GitHub klasický a GitHub Actions, čo je veľmi užitočná vec. A vlastne skoro všetky tieto funkcionality AWS-kovské sú založené na open source, takže je tam veľká dosť dobrá možnosť ich nejak replikovať a urobiť si tieto funkcionality, ktoré sú v AWS-ku dosť drahé, podľa seba a urobiť si vlastný tech stack za minimálne peniaze. Takže ako to začalo, že ma vôbec napadla táto myšlienka urobiť nejakú takúto aplikáciu na vyhľadávanie realitných ponúk. Vlastne mal som sám teda potrebu alebo pre rodinu nájsť nejaké bývanie, nejaký možno že väčší byt v Bratislave a nevedel som nájsť v podstate stránku, ktorá by dokázala zobraziť tieto ponuky na mape, také niečo ako Airbnb s tými cenovkami a zobraziť vlastne dáta z rôznych portálov v jednom a vlastne ukázať, že koľko dní je tá ponuka vonku a ako sa menila jej cena. Teda, že či ten maklér menil tú cenu v postupom času a zobraziť to na nejakom grafe, že takúto stránku som nenašiel. Takže som sa rozhodol, že si urobím vlastne doma nejaké takéto pipeliny a mám teda nejaké skúsenosti s JavaScriptom a vytvoriť teda na to nejaké GUIčko, ako tieto dáta potom zobrazovať v nejakom user-friendly formáte. Takže som bol postavený pred otázku, ako spraviť MVP, nejaký model tej aplikácie, ktorá by spĺňala nejaké základné veci, aby som to teda otestoval a zistil, že či sa to ľuďom páči a že či teda to má zmysel robiť nejak profesionálnejšie a dať to vôbec na internet. Tak že ako teda by som teda získal tie dáta z jednotlivých tých zdrojov a z web stránok. Začal som experimentovať s knižnicou Scrapy, ktorá teda je veľmi, veľmi dobrá na toto. Potom vlastne ako zobrazovať tú mapu a tie cenovky. Na to som teda použil JavaScript a knižnicu Mapbox GL, ktorá je teda super zadarmo na vytvorenie takéto mapovej aplikácie. A potom vlastne som naprogramoval nejaké teda ETL-ko, nejakú dátovú pipeline na processing tých dát a na vypočítavanie tých jednotlivých ukazovateľov tej ceny a na porovnaní teda, ako sa menila tá cena v čase. Takže na to bol použitý ten pandas v Pythone. No a toto hovorí o tom, ako sa mi teda podarilo urobiť alebo replikovať ten profesionálny stack, ktorý máme vo firme, ako to zreplikovať za $18 mesačne a prevádzkovať na tom tú aplikáciu, na tomto tech stacku. Takže na data mining, data processing, to som už spomínal, tam je ten Scrapy, ešte nejaký Beautiful Soup, Pandas. Ako databáza je použitá SQLite, čo je vlastne file storage databáza, veľmi jednoduchá. A vlastne na datovú analýzu som našiel super tool, sa volá, že Apache Superset. To je vlastne na Pythone postavený tool, ktorý vlastne dokáže vizualizovať dáta z databázy a vytvárať tam grafy a pozerať sa, urobiť nejakú analytiku. To je taká webová aplikácia. A samozrejme Jupyter na ETL, vlastne na spracovanie dát, potom je tam scheduler klasicky cez Cron, taká aplikácia Crontab UI a GitHub Actions na deployment tej aplikácie a web a UI je v Node.js a klasickom JavaScripte. No a ten server je vlastne nejaká VMK, nejaký Ubuntu Droplet v Digital Oceane so základnou konfiguráciou a za vlastne minimálne nejaké peniaze. No a vlastne toto je schéma toho, ako tá aplikácia beží na pozadí, ako sa tam tie dáta dostávajú z tých jednotlivých stránok, portálov a ako je to vlastne rozdelené a čo znamená vlastne tá skratka ETL, čo je vlastne akože taká základná skratka, čo sa používa pri datovom inžinieringu. A to je vlastne extract, transform and load, takže vlastne tie dáta sa najprv musia načítať, vyskrepovať z tých jednotlivých stránok, potom sa nejak transformujú a potom sa načítajú do databázy, z ktorej sa potom vlastne tie dáta zobrazujú buď do mobilnej apky alebo do desktopovej apky. Takže v tej extract fáze sa z tých jednotlivých stránok spracujú tie dáta do CSVčka. Tam sa vlastne získavajú ceny tých nehnuteľností, nejaké titulky, nejaké popisy tých jednotlivých bytov alebo domov. A potom sa to vlastne transformuje, tie dáta, cez pandas skripty, alebo potom používam aj nejaký distribuovaný processing na veľké dáta cez Dask Array. No a vlastne v tejto transformačnej fáze sa tie dáta nejak normalizujú, lebo z každej stránky vám príde teda cenovka alebo ten popis v nejakom inom formáte, sú tam nejaké medzery, sú tam nejaké riadky, treba to proste vyčistiť. Na to je akože ideálny ten pandas. A potom vlastne sa tie napríklad adresy sa geolokalizujú, lebo veľakrát na tých jednotlivých portáloch sú aj tie geolokačné dáta, ale veľakrát sú nespoľahlivé. Takže ja vlastne si tie dáta tie ulice si znovu geolokalizujem cez geolokalizačnú službu a načítavam si vlastne nejaké súradnice. No a potom sa to kategorizuje a mergeuje vlastne, pridáva sa vlastne každý deň nejaký inkrement k tej databáze, ktorá už je a tam sa pridáva vlastne každý deň tie nové inzeráty, ktoré sa našli na tom internete. No a potom vlastne tam ešte nejaká analytická časť, kde sa vypočítavajú, koľko dní ten inzerát teda je reálne v tej ponuke, či bol nový a potom vlastne ešte sa tam vypočítava nejaká priemerná cena v tej lokalite, v tej oblasti a ešte sa tam vypočítava nejaká predikcia dokonca, kde je to možné. a nejaká kategória tej ceny, že či to je nad alebo pod úrovňou priemeru v tej oblasti, kde sa tá nehnuteľnosť nachádza. A v tej poslednej fáze sa to načítava a meržuje, vlastne to načítava do tej databázy, z ktorej sa to už potom vlastne zobrazuje na tom UI. Takže myslím, že toto je celkom známa knižnica, tento Scrapy. Má super výhodu tu, že má už v sebe implementovaný multiprocessing, takže je veľmi rýchla a dokáže fakt, že veľa stránok za krátky čas zoskenovať. No a vlastne je to ideálne na také stránky, kde sú nejaké listingy, že tam máte vlastne ten inzerát, jeho URL-ku, vlastne tak sa zoskenuje vlastne celá stránka s tými URL-kami a potom jednotlivé tie URL-ky sa otvárajú a skenujú sa dáta, ktoré sú vlastne v nich. A vlastne takto vyzerá nejak minimálny ten Scrapy kód, kde si vlastne zadefinujeme meno toho, to sa volá, že spider, tá implementácia toho Scrapy skriptu sa volá, že spider a definuje sa tam vlastne tá URL-ka, ktorá sa má scrapovať a nejaký output CSVčko, kde sa majú tie dáta vlastne odoslať alebo uložiť. A potom sa tam vlastne definujú jednotlivé fieldy alebo itemy, ktoré sa tam majú uložiť do toho CSVčka. No a vlastne v tejto hlavnej metóde tejto klasy, že parse, sa vlastne hľadajú odkazy, tie hrefy na tej stránke. A keď sa nájde teda tá URL-ka, ten href toho inzerátu, tak sa vlastne ten Scrapy otvára ten inzerát tou metódou parse add content a ide do toho inzerátu a vyparsuje odtiaľ napríklad cenu. Hej, tu máme ako príklad. A tam vlastne cez ten XPath alebo cez CSS selektor sa definuje, kde má hľadať, alebo ako vyzerá ten HTML element, kde sa nachádza tá informácia, ktorú chceme doscrapovať. Ako som povedal, že je to veľmi jednoduché a rýchle. Ďalší príklad, čo som si pripravil, čo môže byť zaujímavý, mám tam takú funkcionalitu, kde si človek môže nakresliť na tú mapu taký polygón a vlastne jemu príde vždycky e-mail, keď sa v tomto polygóne objaví nejaký nový inzerát. Tak na to som použil funkcionalitu z knižnice Shapely Geometry, kde vlastne si naimportujete ten point a ten polygón a vlastne potom sa dá veľmi jednoducho spraviť funkcia, ktorá vlastne zoberie celý ten dataset tých nových inzerátov a zistí, že či tie súradnice tých nových inzerátov sú v rámci toho polygónu, ktorý si ten user ako keby zadefinoval cez tú mapu. Takže vlastne tam máme nejaké sample data, že tam sú vlastne IDčka tých inzerátov, ich súradnice, ktoré sú vlastne v Pandas dataframe. To je jeden input, druhý input je ten polygón, ktorý má tiež definované súradnice, to sú vlastne tie body, ten 1, 2, 3, 4 sú tam definované a potom je tam veľmi jednoduchá funkcia, ktorá zistí, že či je ten bod v tom polygóne, ktorý definoval ten user. To sa vlastne definuje cez ten point a vlastne vracia nám, či to obsahuje alebo neobsahuje ten point. A potom ju vlastne len aplikujeme na ten Pandas data frame cez df apply a potom vlastne vyfiltrujeme len tie riadky s tými inzerátmi, ktoré boli v tom polygóne, ktoré sa tam nachádzali. Že to je také zaujímavé. A potom vlastne ešte som si pripravil príklad toho, ako sa dá veľmi jednoduchým spôsobom využiť multiprocessing, keď máte veľké dáta a nemáte k dispozícii nejaký veľký klaster, kde môžete bežať Spark, ako v nejakých väčších firmách, lebo to je dosť akože nákladné bežať nejaký klaster na Spark s veľa CPUčkami. Že stačí, keď máte nejaký server s 2-4 CPUčkami a chcete tam bežať nejaký processing paralelne, tak sa na to dajú použiť knižnice ako Ray a Dask. Sú celkom akože nové knižnice, ktoré teda používa Python a dokážu teda využiť ten paralelný processing, aby sme urýchlili nejaké teda transformácie dát, väčších dát, ktoré sú v miliónoch napríklad riadkoch a ten dataset má niekoľko gigabajtov. A v tom klasickom Pandase na tom jednom procesore by to trvalo dlho, tak sa dá na to použiť tento Ray a Dask. A tu nám potom vlastne príklad, ako vieme urýchliť vypočítanie priemernej ceny v nejakom distrikte, v nejakej oblasti. Takže vlastne naimportujeme si ten Ray ako multiprocessingový framework a potom vlastne Dask ako data frame. Ten Dask to je niečo podobné ako Pandas. Veľmi podobne sa to používa, má to podobné API ako Pandas. A vlastne musíme najprv ten Ray inicializovať a potom načítať si vlastne do toho Daskového dataframeu to CSVčko, ktoré obsahuje, toto konkrétne obsahuje 2,2 milióna riadkov a má 1,3 giga, takže je to celkom veľký dataset. Tam potom môžeme definovať, že aký je block size, ako sa vlastne to rozdelí na aké bloky. Tento je konkrétne 25 mega, má jeden blok. A vlastne potom v ďalšom kroku si vyfiltrujeme, že máme záujem vlastne len zistiť predajné ceny a prenajmové ceny. A potom vlastne vieme zadefinovať funkciu, ktorá vypočíta jednoduchý group by, vlastne na základe vypočítať vlastne priemerné ceny pre predaj a pre prenajom v konkrétnom distrikte, vlastne vypočítať ich priemer a vytvoriť z toho ďalší data frame. Keď sa vlastne tento kód spúšťa, tak v tom kroku, kde sa definuje ten grouped df, tam sa nič nedeje, lebo vlastne toto je len definícia tej funkcie a tá funkcia sa reálne vykoná až v tom riadku grouped df compute, ktorý sa vlastne zavolá ten Ray a ten vytvorí tie procesy, že toľko, koľko má ten počítač CPUčiek, toľko ten Ray vytvorí tých procesov a tam rozdistribuje ten workload a vypočíta vlastne to, čo treba a uloží to do toho grouped resultu. To si potom môžeme ukázať tu, že vlastne keď ukážeme si vlastne, aké procesy nám bežia na počítači, na pozadí, tak vidíme, že ten Ray spawnol alebo vytvoril 8 Python procesov, ktorý každý používa to CPUčko na 10% a v každý ten proces distribuovanie počíta nejakú časť toho výsledku a tam vlastne vidíme ten výsledok, kde sú vypočítané nejaké priemerné ceny tých nehnuteľností v jednotlivých oblastiach. A robil som aj také menšie porovnanie, že koľko teda to trvalo sekúnd, tento výpočet v Pandas a koľko v tom Dasku a Ray. Takže v Pandas to trvalo 16 sekúnd a ten Dask to mal spravené za 4 sekundy. A tam vidíme, že Pandas používa jedno CPUčko a Dask používa 8. Takže plný počet procesorov. No a potom vlastne ešte som sa podeliť teda o nejakú veľmi užitočnú vec, ktorá je GitHub Actions a vlastne ktorá umožňuje veľmi rýchlo deploynúť, keď máte teda svoj codebase v GitHube, ako teda celý tento codebase, všetky vlastne zmeny, ktoré sa udejú v kóde, ako ich zobrať a veľmi rýchlo deploynúť a poslať na server a dať ich do produkcie. Vlastne používa sa tam YAML syntax, ktorý je veľmi jednoduchý a samozrejme je to open source tool, kde vlastne každý môže vytvoriť, každý vlastne contributor vie vytvoriť si vlastne nejaký package alebo funkcionalitu do toho frameworku, do tých GitHub Actions a vlastne je to úplne zadarmo na GitHube. A toto je vlastne akože príklad toho, ako sa deployuje táto aplikácia na server. Že tu vidíme, že keď človek spraví push do branche main, spustí sa job, ktorý sa volá deploy, vytvorí sa tam vlastne na pozadí nejaký Ubuntu kontajner, ktorý vlastne checkoutne repozitár, to znamená, že natiahne si celý ten nový kód do toho kontajnera, potom sa vlastne pripojí na ten server cez SSH, používa sa tam vlastne hostname, username, private key na pripojenie cez SSH na ten server. Vymaže tú pôvodnú verziu tej aplikácie zo servera, z toho foldera, kde sa má deploynúť a nakopíruje tam novú verziu v tom ďalšom kroku. A potom vlastne sa tam ešte inštalujú requirements klasicky cez pip3 a sa vlastne nainštalujú všetky requirementy, ktoré sú recurrence.txt automaticky. Potom sa tam vlastne v tom skripte sa môžu zadefinovať nejaké príkazy, ktoré vy posielate na ten server, ktoré sa tam majú vykonať. A keď sa to celé vykoná, tak vlastne tá apka je pripravená v produkcii a vlastne tam beží. A tento slajd je vlastne o tom, že prečo je dobré mať nejaký side project, prečo to je super, lebo vlastne máte nekonečné možnosti, ako experimentovať s open source toolami. Keď máte klasickú prácu, tak tam väčšinou je definované, ktorý tool, ako použiť a nemáte veľakrát toľko možností, ako experimentovať najnovšími technológiami. Tak toto je vlastne, že vytvoríte si vlastne nejaké pieskovisko a tam si môžete testovať, čo chcete, ako chcete, zničiť celú databázu, vymazať, proste nezáleží na tom, takže to je super. A potom vlastne dostanete sa k nejakým vedomostiam alebo zoznámite sa s nejakými ľuďmi z úplne inej oblasti, že ja keď som ten tool releaseol na internet, tak mne sa začali ozývať realitáci, developeri, že majú záujem o tie reporty, o tie dáta, že chceli do toho investovať, chceli to kúpiť. Proste kadejaký, že vlastne nenapadlo, že s akými ľuďmi sa stretnem vďaka tomuto projektu. Takže potom vlastne človek vidí tie veci z úplne inej nejakej perspektívy, ako len z tej kóderskej. Vidí ten projekt úplne akože celý, že sa musí starať o všetko. O tie pipeliny, o ten backend, o ten frontend, potom ešte aj o nejaký feedback od ľudí, zapracovať tam tie zmeny, potom je toho veľa, potom vlastne treba aj na to nejakých ďalších ľudí, takže ja som tam dal aj taký kontakt, že sa mi začali ozývať ľudia, čo na tom chcú robiť ako dobrovoľníci. Tak tiež už mám nejaké takéto spolupráce, že to proste používajú, našli si možno, že cez to bývanie a chcú na tom proste kontribuovať zadarmo, alebo potom, hej, že v budúcnosti za nejaké peniaze. Takže hej, a je to super pocit, keď vám niekto teda povie, že si našli vlastne cez to bývanie, že ste vlastne niekomu pomohli a poskytli teda nejaký prehľadnejší tool, ako môže niečo tam nájsť a niekedy to je až moc teda exciting a človek sa potom moc nevyspí, lebo chce tam stále dorábať nejaké feature, fixovať nejaké bugy a nedá mu to spať. A potom ešte vlastne, že som sa chcel podeliť, že čo som mohol spraviť lepšie, tak zamyslieť sa možno, že skôr nad tým škálovaním. Napríklad teraz mám problém, že je tam tá SQL databáza, ktorá je skôr mienená pre také embedded systémy, pre také IoT aplikácie nejaké krabičky, hej, že není to robené na analytiku typu, že 20 GB databáza, už je to dosť pomalé teraz, takže už by som asi išiel do niečoho iného, asi nejaký Postgres alebo nejaký iný teda systém. No, to tam je napísané, áno. A potom vlastne, hej, že ten kód od začiatku robiť viacej štrukturovanie, viacej dať si teda pozor na ten naming, ako bola tá prednáška predtým, lepšie to pomenovať, lebo keď už teda prichádzajú nejakí kontribútori, tak aby som im to nemusel všetko vysvetľovať od začiatku, ale aby to teda aj pochopil človek bez možno komentov, ako to bolo myslené, ako to bolo pomenované tie jednotlivé premenné a funkcie, že viac to takto štrukturovať a potom myslieť na tú monetizáciu skôr a tiež proste nejak to koncipovať hneď, ako aby to teda aj niečo vynášalo, lebo keď človek do toho investuje toľko času a námahy, tak potom sa niekedy zamyslí, že vlastne mohlo by to teda aj generovať nejaké peniaze a nie len akože žrať ten čas a robiť to za ten dobrý pocit. A toto je teraz ako plán, hej, že vlastne dať sa dokopy s investorom a nájsť tam teda nejaké možnosti na monetizáciu. Dobre, takže to by bolo asi všetko.
Tak ja ďakujem Petrovi veľmi pekne za prednášku. A máme veľké množstvo otázok, takže niektoré sa možno trochu opakujú, ale teda myslím si, že vzhľadom na to, že sme posledná prednáška, tak ich skúsime prejsť. Takže začneme tou najpopulárnejšou. Koľko realitných portálov skrepujete? Mnohé nepodporujú presnú lokáciu. Ignorujete také?
Toto je presne to, čo som spomínal, že niektoré portály aj majú tam tú lokalizáciu, ale ja ju neberiem odtiaľ, lebo je veľakrát nepresná, lebo ten, čo tam zadáva, tak on, čo ja viem, že je ten byt v Ružinové na nejakej ulici a on dá až do stredu Ružinova alebo do stredu Starého mesta dá ten PIN, takže sa to nedá sa tomu dôverovať, takže ja beriem tú ulicu a tú ulicu si rovno dám do geolokalizátora. Sú vlastne na to nejaké open sourceové služby, ktoré je na to nejaké API, kde vlastne pošlete tú ulicu a ono vám vráti súradnice, takže to sa robí všetko ako keby na novo, aby tam tie súradnice boli správne. A koľko portálov vlastne... ja som teda najprv používal dáta z jedného veľkého portálu, najväčšieho, ale to teda sa im teda nepáčilo, samozrejme, keď to zistili, lebo v tom videli konkurenciu. Tak teraz vlastne... už s nejakými kontribútormi máme napísaných stovky scraperov na všetky, na teda väčšinu stránok priamo realitných kancelárií, ktoré majú tie inzeráty v svojej ponuke a my dokážeme tie inzeráty priamo z tých ich stránok dostať na ten portál a obísť ako keby tie veľké portály.
Už ste to trochu aj načrtli teda, ale že otázka je, neblokujú nejako realitné portály skrepovanie? Dá sa nejako zabezpečiť, aby nezistili, že od nich takto stiahujete dáta? Ale teda to už asi bolo aj
hej, že je to také, že vlastne, že väčšinou tieto spoločnosti, oni si tieto služby, IT služby outsourcujú a nevedia až tak do toho, že kto tam sa s tými dátami ako hrá, takže v podstate nestretol som sa s tým, že by oni urobili nejaké technické riešenie, ako by to zablokovali. Skôr sa snažia poslať teda nejaké výzvy, ale to sme vlastne vedeli už nejak obísť. Ale hovorím, že nestretol som sa s tým, že by bola nejaká stránka zabezpečená priamo proti scrapovaniu.
Ja možno, že trochu doplním, lebo robil som so Scraping tiež a on mal kedysi taký modul, on bol síce platený, ale robil ako keby proxy a tým pádom sa tie IP adresy menili dynamicky, čiže vlastne dalo sa to takto
ale že v podstate ani k tomuto kroku som sa nemusel dostať, lebo sa to dá aj bez toho.
Generuje to už aj nejaký zisk, alebo je to čisto for fun project a teda aký je tam asi traffic?
Generuje to nejaký zisk, ale skôr tak ad hoc. Máme nejaké spolupráce teda s tými firmami, ktoré majú záujem o dáta, o reporty na finančnom trhu. Takže z toho niečo je a potom vlastne je tam nejaká finančná kalkulačka a vlastne je to vlastne o nejakých lídoch, že vlastne človek si tam má záujem o nejakú nehnuteľnosť a viem, keď si teda chce sprostredkovať nejaký úver, tak z toho sa dá generovať nejaký zisk, ale ten je ešte vlastne nejaký minimálny. A trafik, ako som hovoril, má to trafik v stovkách až tisíckach ľudí denne zatiaľ.
A koľko času zabralo vytvoriť takéto riešenie?
Tak toto bolo vlastne po nociach, po večeroch, popri práci a trvalo mi to... Ja som to spustil v lete minulého roka. Celkovo to pripraviť do toho MVP to boli nejaké 3 mesiace a vlastne dal som to na net niekedy v auguste, v septembri minulého roka a odtedy sa to nejak iteruje. Že mám tam vlastne nejaký feedback, user feedback a na základe týchto feedbackov sa tam potom dorábajú funkcie, takže to nejak beží. Nejak kontinuálne sa to vyvíja.
Ako riešite duplicitné inzerovanie rovnakého bytu na viacerých portáloch?
Je tam vlastne nejaký, v rámci toho ETL-ka je tam v tom skripte nejaké odstraňovanie duplicit. Keď vidíme, že vlastne je tam tá titulka rovnaká, tak sa vlastne ten inzerát by sa mal zobraziť len raz. A v podstate je tam ešte potom taká vec, že vlastne niektorí tie realitky, oni tie inzeráty tam ako keby je tam nejaký byt, čo sa nepredáva dlho, je tam nejakých 30 dní a oni ho potom dajú dole a vytvoria ho na novo. Že aby to bolo vidno, že je to ako keby nové a to ten skript vie ako keby odhaliť. Že porovná sa tam vlastne text toho inzerátu a titulka a jeho idečko a vie ten skript teda zistiť, že ten inzerát tam už je nejakých 50 dní a že tá cena bola takáto a takáto. A vie to tam vlastne načítať, vie si doplniť tie dáta a nedáva ho tam ako keby bol nový. Že toto je niečo, čo mi tiež chýbalo a čo som chcel akože odhaliť.
Za mňa osobne to je tiež veľmi zaujímavá funkcionalita. Na scrapovanie ste použili sitemap XML alebo čisto frontend webu?
Frontend, hej. Vlastne všetky tie stránky sa dali, ako keby, alebo sa dajú väčšinou scrapovať cez klasické to scrapy, lebo tam není nejaký heavy JavaScript, ale sú aj také stránky, ktoré sú už akože viac advanced a tam potom sa to dá rôznymi inými spôsobmi robiť, lebo ten scrapy sa dá zintegrovať napríklad so Selenium a tam už potom sa vieme aj simulovať nejaké kliky na nejaké buttony a dá sa z toho vlastne urobiť aj nejaký scraper, ktorý vie aj dôležitejšie stránky scrapovať.
A našiel ste už pomocou tejto aplikácie tú správnu nehnuteľnosť?
Stále je to v procese, není to jednoduchý problém, ale veľa ľudí, teda ak som hovoril, ten feedback je taký, že veľa ľudí to používa a našlo si cesto. Pomohlo to teda k tomu správnemu rozhodnutiu a ešte aj vlastne k tomu, jednak realitáci to používajú, že vlastne ten realitik príde na tú ulicu, tam má to aj mobilnú verziu, takže vlastne na tej ulici hneď ho to lokalizuje a vidí tie cenovky a vie nastaviť cenu hneď. A jednotlivé ako používateľia potom vedia použiť ten vývoj ceny pri negociácii. Že vlastne vidno, že tá cena sa tam znižovala, alebo bola nejaká v nejakom čase a vie to použiť ako argument potom na lepší deal.
Ako sa vysporiadate s inzerátmi, ktoré majú uvedené v cene 0 a v texte majú popis uvedenú cenu?
Toto zatiaľ nemám implementované, ale je tam vlastne, že neuvedená cena. A samozrejme, dalo by sa to vyberať z toho textu.
A
Superset sa používa aj vo frontende niekde, alebo je to len pre vás na analýzu namiesto nejakého desktopového nástroja, ako je napríklad Power BI?
Presne tak. Je to pre mňa, keď si chcem robiť nejaké rýchle query v databáze, vlastne spustím si ten superset, pripojím sa na tú aplikáciu webovú toho supersetu, na tú UI a viem tam teda queryovať alebo vizualizovať nejaké dáta, také ad hoc, keď potrebujem nejakú analýzu spraviť, presne ako Power BI.
Toto je taká záľudná otázka, neviem, či máte dosť dát na to odpovedať, ale teda čo spätná väzba trhu? Má táto aplikácia vplyv na vývoj cien?
No, toto presne bol taká spasonosná nejaká myšlienka, že ovplyvní trh s tými nehnuteľnosťami. A možno, ako ja neviem, možno, že vďaka tomu, že to je transparentné a teraz vidno to, že ak sa tie ceny menia, tak aj tí realitáci na základe toho možno operujú alebo nasadzujú tie ceny nejak inak, lebo proste je to transparentné, nie je to skryté.
Aké veľké je výsledné SQLite iba pre Bratislavu? Ak je malé, nebolo by jednoduchšie cez CDN ponúkať konsolidovaný JSON pre zobrazenie na mapboxe? Mapy samé vytvárajú obrovský data load.
Akože to queryovanie toho SQLite je rýchle stále. Tá databáza má teraz 21 giga, ale vlastne keď sa načítavajú len tie posledné dáta, ten posledný snapshot, tak sa to načíta akože behom pár sekúnd, akože to je v pohode. Skôr dlhšie trvá preniesť tie dáta cez tú sieť. Zobraziť to vlastne na tej mape, ale tam má vlastne nejaký caching implementovaný, aby to nebolo až také pomalé. A tie dáta vlastne prídu cez API z toho SQLiteu a transformujú sa na JSON, ktorý ten mapbox vie potom zobraziť na tej mape.
Teda ja možno na toto nadviažem nejakou doplňujúcou otázkou. Vy ste spomínali, že si aj nechávate históriu kvôli tomu, že keď realitky zmažú a doplnia ten inzerát, takže vlastne vy tam máte v tých 22 GB kompletnú históriu od spustenia teda za ten rok a pol, hej?
Hej, to je všetko tam vlastne.
Môžu mať realitné stránky problém s tým, že im skrepujete dáta, alebo je to skôr reklama zadarmo? Myslím, že toto už sme asi zodpovedali, takže nebudeme sa duplikovať. Ako sa riešia duplicity? Čo ak jeden byt na viacerých stránkach? To tiež sme asi prešli.
Čiastočne, hej.
Ak chcete k tomu niečo doplniť?
Už netreba.
Do you execute any test to make sure website front end hasn't changed? This could break the web scraping.
Yeah. This is basically most fearful question for every web scraper, that somebody will make a sudden change to some website and everything will broke. So I don't do any tests, but as I said, we have more than 400 scrapers, and for this number of different real estate agents. So if they do some change, then I can see it in the database that this data didn't come, but it will not affect the whole system, because the user will lose only the data from that single real estate agency. For example, I don't know, 10 or 20 advertisements, and all other will be working. But I don't have any alerts implemented on this. It's just ad hoc check in the database if data are properly sent and loaded from all of the websites.
Je toto riešenie open source? Možno by to bolo lepšie aj z pohľadu kontribúcie.
Zatiaľ je ten repozitár ako privátny na GitHube, a keď teda niekto chce kontribuovať, tak mi napíše a dám si nejaký krátky meeting a vysvetlím čo a ako, a vieme sa dohodnúť, že ho pridám ako kontribútora. Ale není to zatiaľ otvorené úplne.
A pomocou čoho získavate precízne aktuálne info o cene?
To je priamo z tých web stránok.
tiež myslím, to už sme zodpovedali. A teda plánujete aj zaradenie aj rodinné domy? Plánujete zaradiť aj rodinné domy?
Sú tam, áno. Je tam aj predaj, aj prenájom, aj všetky typy nehnuteľností.
For the average price tracking, it's possibly better to use median instead of mean, since it's less sensitive to outliers.
Yeah. This is also some food for thought or some backlog, because this average price or predictions per area, this is really depending if it is a new flat or there are some outliers, there are some anomalies. So for this is really a great case for some data scientist who wants to develop some model and make it better. But as I have to take care about everything, I don't have time for this. So any data scientist is welcomed.
A síce už sme 2 minúty po limite, ale dám teda ešte aj tú poslednú otázku. Používate ChatGPT alebo nejaké iné LLM na extrakciu neštrukturovaných dát z popisov inzerátov?
Áno, toto je tiež backlog item a bolo by to super. Jasné, že som s tým experimentoval a určite by to veľmi dobre fungovalo na extrakciu nejakých ďalších dát z tých inzerátov, ale hovorím, že backlog.
Dobre, týmto sme vyčerpali všetky otázky a ja teda veľmi pekne ďakujem Petrovi za prednášku. A toto bola posledná prednáška v tejto miestnosti. Myslím, že vonku máme ešte tabulu na lightning talky, takže pokiaľ by ste niekto chceli dať nejaký lightning talk, ktorý bude vo vedľajšej miestnosti, tak sa kľudne ešte zapíšte na tabulu a ja vám týmto veľmi pekne ďakujem za účasť a budem sa na vás tešiť zajtra.
Na mikrobytoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás